It's okay, but why wouldn't you do it anyway? Why?
Or
What's boring about it?
extra work stuff.
Why does it suck?
You just sit there for half an hour. So you just sit there for like all day and you're not getting paid.
Have you ever done any paid work?
Yep.
And how is that?
Not too bad. Anyway, I gotta go.
No, you don't, but that's fine.
outside of my friend's house in high school. We were like having a get together, and I get sleepy when I'm drunk, and I didn't want to be a bummer on the party, so I went outside to sleep in my car. It was cold, so I turned it on. Next thing I know, knock knock.
Yeah, you got cold. Did you think when you were getting cold in your car, did you think about unraveling your eyebrows and using them as a security blanket? Let's talk about those for a second, because those are the two biggest bushes I've seen come out of Texas. That includes George and George W. Made the guy from Texas laugh at that one, that's how you know. That's worth 1,000 points. So let's talk about those eyebrows. Do you do any upkeep on those, or is that just fucking raw dog up there? What's going on?
Yeah, I shaved down the middle.
Can you come a little bit closer to the camera? Can we get close up to those things? Because those are really, can you raise them for us? Oh yeah, look at that.
They turn into butterflies.
Yeah, you got a couple little piss catchers up there from Boy Scouts. All right,
That's where I show my merit badges, man.
Love it, dude. What do people do? You know, I never was in the Cub Scouts. And I feel like when I was a little kid, I was sort of jealous of the kids that sort of had that like scout thing. But now, in retrospect, I'm sort of glad that I wasn't part of it. You were in it?
Yeah, I became an Eagle Scout.
Wow.
I did a lot of camping.
You know, did you just do it for the free cookies?
No, because it was a lot of camping. It was a lot of fun, like canoeing and shit like that. It's a lot of outdoor camping stuff.
Are you into any of that stuff now? Like, what would it take to get you in a canoe nowadays?
Oh, I love to do it. If there was canoeing around here, I would definitely do it. But there's not really canoeing much around here. It's more like kayaking.
There are two things that we are doing, my friend, with this quarantine. You know what they are.
Well, in Ohio, it was rollerblading and canoeing. In Ohio, maybe boats aren't Yeah, in Ohio, canoeing is a lot of fun because you would get dropped off at like the top of a river or whatever, and you just take a big cooler of alcohol and you just sat there and drank the whole.
Yeah, it's like a float trip, right?
Was that
Like a float trip?
Yeah, a float trip, and then they would pick you up at the end. Out here, though, there's not really much. I've tried a little.
How hard did you try?
Dude, it's pretty. I mean, there's not you went outside and look. Turn around and you're like, nope.
Oh no, that's fun. Yeah, no, it's true. It's weird. California, strangely, even though there are rivers, it's a weird place for things like that. I've been on this show. I once said it's weird. There's not a lot of great fishing around California, and I got destroyed on the internet for saying that because obviously everyone in America is like, darn the Pacific Ocean, but I wasn't really counting that. I'm talking about like rivers and lakes. Like, they have lakes here that have just dried up. Like, what's that one? The Salton Sea? It's crazy. They just pretend like that's a sea. Then you drive by it, and there's the desert. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, there's whitewater rafting somewhere. Just a couple hours away. Not whitewater. Oh, I love it. I've done, oh, look at that.
And if you look, it's kayaking in the ocean. If you look, I said it was there's kayaking.
The guy from Germany likes white power rafting.
If you look at it, it's mostly kayaking and it's mostly in the ocean.
For those of you that are just listening to the podcast, the guys in the booth just brought up canoeing and kayaking in Los Angeles, and the map lit up like a coronavirus.
Yeah, but these aren't like the kind of canoe that we do.
No, it's true. It's true. In Ohio, where we're from, especially, you take a trip down to southern Ohio or around West Virginia, which is extremely close. Yep. Done the Cheat River in West Virginia. Incredible times. It is wild. It's wild. Well, Connor Kokora, it was fun to meet you. Thanks for coming on. Everybody good? Anything else? There goes Connor Kokora. Thank you, Connor. Great to have you back on again. We'll see you in Texas. Connor _Kokora. K-O-K-O-R-A. Alright, we gotta keep flying through. Your next comedian. This young lady goes by the name of Shelby Gonzalez. Tony Band. And here is 60 seconds, uninterrupted, from Shelby Gonzalez.
Always down to mascara, not some shit, but not so much a tearful, drunken recap of all my past traumas. Want the gaggage, but not baggage. Being a woman is tough. I'm tired of being a coward. I know I can do anything, but I want to. Oh, and rape. Everyone's getting raped now. Except me. At least bridesmaid. I definitely have a type, though, when it comes to dating. In fact, I've had more nerdy white dudes in me than the convention center does during Comic-Con. So many mentally unstable white dudes have done rounds into me. They call me in elementary school.
These are good jokes.
Here it is. Shelby, that was awesome.
Thank you.
Where are you at?
Phoenix.
Awesome. We love Phoenix. That's great. Have you done stand-up comedy before?
Yeah, I've been doing it about 2 years now this time around. I originally started about 5 or 6 years ago, and I quit for a little bit, but got back into it about 2 years ago.
Very cool. You had some funny jokes there. The past traumas thing, all that. Great. One thing I love is that you talked about how women have all this freedom now, and you don't want to do anything. And I found that while it wasn't necessarily the most like hoo-hoo ha-ha joke, I found it interesting because I don't ever hear women sort of taking that approach ever. Is that a longer joke normally that you have more beats to in a regular stand-up set, or just sort of a new idea or something that's just a one-liner?
Not a real longer joke. I mean, that's just kind of one of the ones that kind of stuck in there with the whole, women being empowered shit. Like, I still like having doors open for me, I don't want to do everything myself.
Right, of course. When you talk about past traumas, what are we talking about here? Let's talk about
Family shit, growing up with an emotionally abusive mother that didn't care about me. That comes up a lot.
Well, that makes 11 of us.
I actually had a real physically abusive mother. She used to pull guns on me and knives, and
Well, now what do you do?
I do the same to my kids.
That's right. Pass it on.
That is extreme.
Wait, was that my mother? Telling Joel to just play the drums? Oh no, Joel, it's okay. Sit back down. Sit back. Oh, no, he's leaving. Oh, this is strange. This is going to be a very rare occurrence where Joel walks off and we're going to be perhaps doing a character change or something like that.
No, you need to use that on you.
Oh. So Shelby, other than an emotionally abusive mother, what else? Anything else interesting?
I make websites in my spare time. I've been doing that as kind of like a side gig for a couple years now. Was laid off from my job about a month ago because of all this corona shit.
What was that job?
I'm a POM systems analyst. Essentially, I help employees and franchisees of restaurant chains set up, install, and operate their point-of-sale software and equipment.
Yeah. You have a boyfriend there in Phoenix?
No.
Living this single quarantine life. What have you been doing to pass the time there all alone?
I've been watching a lot of 90 Day Fiancé.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I heard that's
Yeah, it is good. I actually caught up on quite a bit of that.
You start with the first season.
I was really surprised to learn how many other people are ashamed that they watch it, but are cool and not, the typical housewife mom kind of
person that watches that, and I'm really surprised I get to like talk to other cool people about that show. How many other people actually watch it?
It is incredible. It's just a gif of a train wreck over and over and over again. These people that are just being used and they have no idea. It is absolutely awesome. I mean, you'll just see, you'll be flipping through the channels and you'll see just this voluptuous, big-breasted, ridiculous woman with her ass cheeks and tits hanging out. And then it'll cut to some guy who's with her that looks like the drawing of Joel from and it's weird because like these two things do not belong together. And it's weird how some of them actually survive. And like you're like, how the fuck did this actually survive? Like the first season, that weird cross-eyed chick. I'm not sure which season I'm caught up on. One of my favorite ones. Oh yeah, that guy's out of control. Sure, but one of my favorite ones, there's actually two of them. One of them, the guy is with a beautiful Latina girl, and he's just a fucking whiny dork. I mean, just this, just don't know. Like, yeah, I don't know if I'm ever gonna get her to love me how I like her, and you don't realize, like, you just want to slap him and go, dude, you're a fucking bitch. Change your attitude, first of all. I mean, if you had some fucking swagger, you could be giving this girl a good time. Anyway, and then the other one, really my true favorite, is this, there's this one with she's a young, sort of, not really that young, I guess. She's actually, I would guess, probably early 30s, and she bags this, like, 21-year-old Jamaican dude that literally is like, look, if you don't have sex with me 2-3 times a day, I'm gonna cheat. Like, he says that, like, at the top, and sure enough, it takes no time. I think he cheated on her, like, during their wedding or something like that, basically. Like, oh, this show is just unbelievable.
Yeah, I love it.
One that I hate is Love is Blind. Have you guys caught any of that? Oh, it's just dog shit. Oh, I hate it. I love it.
I watched a couple episodes of it. There's that one woman, I think she's the one that's like universally hated on that show. I couldn't get past it. I wanted to keep watching, but I could not.
Yeah, Love is Blind is so fucked up that the women on that show look like the drawing of Joel. Anyway,
I just want this to turn. I just want one table wine to start blowing and be like, have you guys seen the newest episode of Real Housewives?
Oh yeah, dude, all of this stuff is on the background, and a lot of the current quarantining that I'm doing up. A lot of people like a lot of lady shows. A lot of these shows with the women.
I watch a lot of Animal Crossing playthrough videos.
You do? Are you one of the Animals Crossing? Alright. Shelby, anything else crazy we should know about you? Any fun facts about Shelby? You have any special skills or talents you could show us? You seem like the kind of chick that knows how to like vape using your nostrils or something.
I'm really into computers too. Like I said, I do website building on the side. I'm about to graduate with my associate's degree in computer programming in May, so I'm super psyched about that.
Are you bummed that you won't be able to do a ceremony?
Oh, dude, I was so bummed about that. I was popping out with it for years trying to get this fucking degree, and I found out I can only go off. Yeah, it's great.
I feel like they'll probably agree to it, after a couple months.
I'm thinking so too, but I've been waiting for so long for faculty, and it's gonna reschedule it kind of bummed.
I see you have tattoos on you. Do you like all of your tattoos, or is there any that you regret or anything like that anywhere?
No, it's really. I think all my tattoos are pretty good.
Pizza? Goodness, is that a gremlin behind you?
That's my Furby.
Furby. Oh.
My Furby's below my waistline. And they can see my legs.
Well, Shelby, thank you so much for coming on the show. Awesome jokes, awesome style. Keep writing. Keep doing it. Extend out that don't want your freedom women thing. You could have a real your own voice, sort of, as I feel like as a female comedian, if you use that not only as a joke, but sort of like as an outline of yourself. You sort of take a different approach than, so many women.
Also watch Ali Wong's special. Her opening joke is all of that.
Oh, really?
So make sure you don't do the same.
Proof Tony Hinchcliffe's never watched an Ali Wong special once and for all. I'm right here live, I know. Two Wongs don't make a right. Okay, there goes Shelby Gonzalez. She's on Instagram at Shelbsterina. Shelbsterina. And with no further ado, ladies and gentlemen, comes my favorite part of the night. Every single week, this guy boggles my mind. I absolutely love him. Everybody knows it. He is the reigning, defending Kill Tony champion of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you super regular Michael Lear, everybody. Here's Michael, everyone.
Hey, roses are red, violets are blue. If I just blue, call 911. Oh, blue cross, blue shield. Yeah, they fucked me. Mary, Mary, quite country, I fucked that stupid pussy. You're good. Bitch. Put these in your pocket and help me with my jacket. Little Bo Peep, Foster Sheep, tonight sheep's disease. Now to pay the bill, Bo Peep gets down on her knees. Oh, Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard. Get to get her boyfriend his pills, but she liked the taste. So the pills went to waste, and now Michael is dead. Little Jack Horner sat in the corner 'cause his legs don't work. And he spent all his money on one strip clubs watching big black asses twerk. Mary had a little lamb and a slight case of downs. She had the strength of 100 men in trouble keeping off the pounds.
Heck yeah, beautiful. A surprise performance by the great injured Dice Clay. He was on the show a few weeks ago. He's back. How are you, sir?
I got a scan there like Austin use and I'm like, what's speaking? They're like, it's energy healing, like no touch. Fuck you, baby. I want the touch healing. They're doing the no touch, but the humming like the humming with the fuck you and your fucking Ricky.
Hell yeah, absolutely. Did you try it at all? Because it might work.
Yeah, have you tried Ricky, Tony?
No, I haven't. I tried a guy named Ricky once. I gave him that Kool-Aid.
Yeah, I had Ricky Martin really
You are living La Vida Loca over there. Wow. So,
What's
Let me
up?
look older.
let me look him up. Wait, what?
Hey, thanks again for the text you gave me yesterday. When things get back to normal, you can try my chair.
Yeah. I know it's been wanting to. It looks like Mario Kart for real.
It seems fun, actually.
Riding in his chair?
Yeah, motorized chair.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, I
Definitely
was
know.
a comedian before I was sick. Of course I got the funnest chair, you dummy.
Absolutely. That's why he's wearing a shirt that says Dice on it, because both of those things get rolled regularly.
Yeah, baby.
Look at all the photos of Kill Tony he has on the wall.
Oh, look at that. You do have a little cool spread of Kill Tony pics back there. Is that your normal setup?
Oh, yeah. If you haven't noticed, I'm disabled. I don't have a job. Every moment oh, wait. I work on your fucking show.
Oh my god, I love that so much. I love that so much.
Yeah, but let me, these are my LA and Buffalo show posters that Colette, my nurse/girlfriend, printed out at the Target, and they mail them. It's real cool that there's fun ones up there.
Any paintings of me?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, baby. I'll raise your kid.
I love that, man. I love it. That's a great backdrop. So what else has been going on? What else has been going on this week at the quarantine for you, Michael?
I did almost get into a fight last night. Maybe a stabbing, maybe a shoot.
Oh, tell us more. I gotta know about this.
Yeah. Well, you know how I posted about my troubles with smoking weed on my balcony?
Yeah. Yeah, I know all about that.
Yeah, so I'm in a plague, and I'm not compromised, but obviously I've had better days. So now I had to go up outside and smoke weed, right? And I'm posting up out front of my apartment. And if you don't know this about me, I'm in the style of my sword. No one can front on me, I'm not chill. I'm not a bitch. No one can play me.
You're
So
goddamn right.
anyway,
Yeah.
so I'm sitting out there in my wheelchair, nighttime, glasses, mask, gloves, and this guy comes up and he goes, "Hey man, can you let me inside?" And I'm like, "Well, you know I can't do that. I have a responsibility to the other tenants." And then he got real mad. He was reading a French, and then under his breath, he started calling me a bitch. And I was in the mood, and I like to talk shit. Most of the time, people don't do anything. So I go, "I'm not a bitch, take that back. I'm protecting there's a tenant, take that back." And he goes, "Yeah, man, you better shut up, man. You around at this place." He's like, "You better relax." I'm like, "I can't walk. All I do is relax. Take that. I'm not a bitch." And that guy heated, and we had that really like alpha eye contact, and it was exhilarating. That shit ain't got nothing on Six Flags, baby.
God, I love that. That's like an episode of Game of Thrones, because in the end, the guy in the wheelchair won it all.
Exactly, man. want the brown eye raven. I'm making the pink eye raven, and when I get too old, it'll be single.
Holy shit. I love it. Is that a new neck brace you have? I just noticed when you turn your head a bunch of different directions that you have a new neck brace on.
You know, in today's day, you got like 12 neck braces. I got the baker's dozen of them.
I love that. Where do you get them from?
Amazon. What else? All these small businesses. Yo, all these small businesses. Oh man, it's grandmas and uncles. Fuck yourself. Amazon, baby.
I love that take. I love that approach. Fuck all the small businesses. Let's monopolize everything. I think we should all have cafeteria-style meals here in America. Unified meals, unified healthcare, unified everything. Let's just have the government pay for everything and wonder how it gets paid.
But check out Michael's website.
Yeah.
MichaelLairComedy.com and go down the rabbit hole from my brain. And several years in my brain on that fantasy.
Ooh, that's exciting. What a twist. What year? What?
Guess what bits were written on that fantasy?
I love that. My goodness gracious. That's an exciting game. I'd like to play that.
Yeah, game night at your house. Well, guess what drugs I used to write which bits?
Well, sure. Love it. Well, anything else crazy we should talk about, Michael?
Well, I feel like we're coming to the end of the play, and I feel like sooner than later we're gonna be back, and it's gonna be like this shit never happened. My son's gonna be back in LA, and we're gonna be at the comedy store, and it's gonna feel new again. And I've been engineering a way for me to perform downstage where every comic performs. I no longer will be on the bandstand. I will be a real comic, a normal boy, and I will perform downstage on the main room I hate of the comedy store.
Absolutely. And that's an interesting thing I don't think a lot of people know about is that there's stairs that surround the main room stage, even though technically the main room is on the first floor, the regular level, street level of Sunset Boulevard. There's a lot of single stairs and double stairs and triple stairs to get up to the back of the stage and on the stage and then even lower on the stage. And there's two offset, unbalanced stairs to get down from where you normally perform down on the red part of the main stage. And while before you told me that you like performing up there, if you want to come down to the red level, of course, we would love to have you. How are you going to do it? Suicide dive?
I'll keep it as surprise.
Absolutely, dude. If you get up out of that wheelchair and start walking, we're going to lose our minds, dude.
I want to say something. No, that's not going to happen. What I'm going to say is in reference to stupid fucking comments like that I get all the time.
Yeah.
People like, why don't they carry him up? What pussies Hollywood, pussies, they let them. Here's the thing, you don't know shit about my disease, what it does, all that. So shut the fuck up. All I do is solve problems. I solve another problem. I will never do a set on that bandstand again. I'll be downstage rocking the motherfucking crowd.
You goddamn fucking right, and I cannot wait. Projections are looking like perhaps as early as June or July we could be back in business. My guess is we're going to be right where we left off, big packed, sold out audiences, high energy, and hopefully business will be booming soon. So I'll be looking forward to that. Michael, we absolutely love you. You are undeniably one of the greatest performers to ever be on this show. Every single week you blow our minds. You're a goddamn inspiration and, of course, an American hero.
I love you guys, and you and all the listeners and all the people I talk to are truly the best members.
We love you, Michael. The great Michael Lair, everybody. We fucking love you, pal. We'll see you next week. There goes Michael. MichaelLairComedy.com is his website. @SteveMartian69 is his Twitter, and @MichaelLairComedy on Instagram is his Instagram handle. But before we go, even though he is basically completely unfollowable, we always give one last stranger a chance. Pre-selected by the Better Box team here, Anthony Gage. Let's see, our final comedian of the night. Looks like his name is Joshua Bergman. Here he is, Joshua Bergman.
So that was British. My 10-year profile. One, I explained something I wanted to get from the something. So it turns out those people protesting 5G were right now. 5G does transmit cancer. It transmits to women. So I lived in Japan for 10 years, married to a Japanese lady. Got 3 kids. But I've had Japanese life in a while. How come we never got bidets? We got the fancy bidets in Japan. Maybe to bring that up. I mean, it's the market. Bidets sound so French. So soft. And they're like the pooper elastic. So like crazy.
There you go, made it from Joshua Bergman.
What up, Quick Scope?
Hi, Joshua. How are
Hello,
you, man?
Chuck Samek.
How are you?
Doing okay. I just had Passover dinner. How about yourself?
Same. How was your meeting on Monday?
It went alright. It was with Intro to Judaism, so it was Reform, actually. But I did get more information on what I would be dealing with going further. And I did find out that I'll be able to talk to that Orthodox rabbi like right after Passover's over. So like probably after the Shabbat, I'll be able to speak to him about that.
Excellent. Do you have a meeting set up?
No, not yet.
Okay. Well, yeah, after Sunday, essentially. I mean, next week is what we call Chol HaMoed, which he may not. Usually with rabbis, you want to keep it after Pesach. Basically, we have a period called the Omer that starts tomorrow, and it's like 49 days until our next holiday, Shavuot. So basically, from like you want to keep basically the next week. He's probably not going to want to meet with you, but then there's a pretty good time of like 40 days essentially where his schedule will probably be more open. And then after that,
Right.
which is like mid-May, from like mid-May to the fall, his schedule is going to be quite open. So you're coming on like a really busy time within Orthodoxy. But after next week or so, you should be able to see some clarity.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Definitely.
I'm looking forward to it.
So I would, if I were you, just look to contact him maybe early next week. He'll probably say wait till after Passover's over. which will be the following week, and then probably be able to get some kind of meeting with him then. Uh, what did the rabbi
Yeah.
on Monday say?
Well, I actually didn't meet with a rabbi this Monday. It was just somebody with the like. Are you familiar with the Intro to Judaism class?
Not within the Reform community, not at all.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So I just met with some like lady who kind of represents that whole thing, and she basically all it was she was able to just give me the rundown on how the Intro to Judaism class goes, on the tuition, on like the next meeting date, like which that's going to be in May.
Yeah,
But I'm really thinking I'm probably not going to end up going with the ITJ with the Intro to Judaism as much as I'll be following up with this Orthodox rabbi. So
yeah,
that's my plan.
it's already red flags when they want to charge tuition. It's a money making system. Usually within the Orthodox community, you'll have to pay money, but it's to the shul. It's not for a class.
Yeah, which honestly I like that.
We usually
That's
don't
better.
we don't charge for any classes. They're all free, so long for members of the shul. Now it's going to be more expensive,
Yeah.
but yeah. So I don't. I really have done my best for most of my life, or my entire life, to avoid any type of conservative or reform ideas, any of their synagogues. So I'm not familiar with what kind of system that they have, but at least within the Orthodox community, what will probably happen is you can contact the rabbi. Whether he wants to respond, that's up to him. That's his prerogative. Um, and uh, he may. I mean, a lot of rabbis. You got to imagine we are, at least within Judaism, we're like 2% of the United States population, and of that 2%, Orthodoxy is 0.2% of that. And we get inundated every
Yeah.
single day with people who, hey, I Judaism speaks to me. Hey, I've got a girlfriend who is Jewish and I want to be Jewish. Hey, I've got a boyfriend who's Jewish, wants to be Jewish. Hey, I'm not happy with my life in the world. All kinds of things like that. So and if he's running a small community, they may not even have conversions. Uh, and so
Yeah.
if I were you, and what I advise people is don't get frustrated. Continue. If a rabbi uh, basically doesn't respond, that doesn't mean anything personal. It chances are you won't get a response. We do not proselytize, and we don't. We're quite quite I would say, at least for the most part, some shuls are different, but focused on ourselves and not focused really on the outside world. If you are someone
Yeah.
who wants to um, join the Orthodox community, then recognize that moving is probably what you may be advised to do if your
Oh
uh,
yeah.
community does not have uh, basically a local based in that does conversions, a local house of judgment. And even still, there's a caveat on this. You want to check the other congregations as well and the reputation of the based in, because what can happen, and this does happen, is you may find a rabbi, and it happens, a rabbi themselves, we cannot convert an individual, but we can get three Shomer Shabbat individuals to sit for a based in for a price tag and have a conversion. Will that conversion be
Right.
recognized? It depends on the rabbi, depends on the community. So what I'm saying is do your due diligence. If you feel comfortable with the rabbi of the community, um, and you recognize that it's a based in that is seen in high regard, then that's one thing. But usually that's only going to be in a big city. Your big based in are at least Los Angeles. It's the Rabbinical Council of California. It's located in in the Mid Wilshire area of downtown Los Angeles. And that's the gold standard. There are other uh, based in, but they're not recognized, meaning you might not be able to move to Israel even if you're converted under a certain based in. Um, and then you've got certainly Brooklyn, the New York area, New Jersey area. Um, and then from there, you've got Chicago, which is uh, pretty well known. Um, Miami.
Yeah, I've actually been thinking a lot about Chicago
Okay,
because I've got family in Illinois.
okay. How far is it approximately?
Oh, it's a little closer to like the St. Louis, like Missouri border, but I mean, I could make it to Chicago, like if I needed to.
What I'm saying is it like a 3 hour drive from where you are, or is it like a 10 hour drive?
Uh, oh, it's definitely closer to a 10 hour, but there are some stipulations in my life right now that might end up causing me to end up moving to Illinois.
Okay, well, um, the Chicago Rabbinical Council (CRC) is very highly respected, and so that would probably be your best bet. Um, if you said that you're in their program, I'd let you in my shul. Not just, but I mean, if you converted through them, and my colleagues would as well. If you said, "Hey, it's uh, it's Rabbi Goldstein's shul, and he lives in Paducah, Kentucky," okay, we're gonna have to do some research. I'm gonna have to make some calls, and perhaps you still not may not be recognized. It's very political, but the Chicago Rabbinical Council, that's an excellent option, and would be recognized basically globally. It's essentially, arguably, the third most uh, recognized based in the United States. So that's a good one. If you could do that, that's great. I know you said perhaps St. Louis, or you mentioned something about St. Louis. St. Louis could work,
Yeah,
depending, but Chicago is probably is probably preferable. But you know, uh, I've told this to individuals. I get people who come in here and they're like, "I want you to make me Jewish." I can't. I'd love to. I wish I could wave a fairy wand. That's just not how it works. Generally,
yeah,
I um, just tell people the process, and the basic process is to locate your local Orthodox rabbi, your local Orthodox shul. Reach out to them. I get some people who say, "Rabbi, I sent an email and I didn't get anything back." Okay, what's stopping you from sending another email? Okay, so they'll send another email. Okay, nothing. And then I say, maybe that shul, maybe went to spam. Maybe that rabbi's dead, and it's just an old website. Did you call? Did like basically, I'm not going to push you to become a Jew. If you want it, you will figure it out. And don't forget that. Like,
exactly.
I can't do it for you, but like basically, I get people who are like, okay, now what? I did this step. Oh, this is so hard. It's like, we don't want you. We only want the best of the best. And
Yep.
if people want to feel like it's too much work, okay, then convert. Perhaps if you want uh, a religion, go convert somewhere else. But for those people who are heartfelt and righteous, then the process is you do what you can to connect with the local synagogue. I would not visit the synagogue though. That's one thing. Security is very tight on most synagogue, on most shuls,
Oh,
and you don't want to um, be an unexpected visitor. So, um, and I have.
yeah, I already know. At least with the Reform synagogue that I do go to occasionally, just for like Shabbat and stuff like that, I actually have to register before I even go to like just the Shabbat night service or anything like that because their security is so tight.
I thought you were going to Chabad.
Oh yeah, I go. I'm not gonna lie, dude. So this last weekend, this last Shabbat, I ended up going to three different congregations, all within like just Shabbat. Like, so I went to one Reform congregation just for the night service, like to have. They actually did have a kiddush um, at night, so it was like a Friday night, you know what I mean?
Sure.
But that next morning, I went to my Chabad congregation and had kiddush there. And then later on, I actually did my first Havdalah. I did my first Havdalah at a Reconstructionist congregation, so all within the same Shabbat.
Okay. Did they make you register?
They only did at the Reform one, but I mean, the thing is the Reform one that I go to, it's a very very large congregation. Like, it's actually where the majority of Jews in my city go.
Okay. So you you've already got some connections. I would really, if you already know some people within the Chabad community, you can say to them, "I understand that Chabad generally does not perform conversions and does not have based in that um, of essentially will convert me. However, you all know people and you see I'm heartfelt. Do you have any suggestions of where I can go?" There's nothing wrong with saying that. And they might
Yeah,
be able to say, "Oh, yeah, we know Rabbi so and so. Just send them an email, put in the, you can CC me, and that'll get you in a lot better or perhaps more efficiently than just knocking on doors, essentially." But um, at least within the Orthodox community, it's great that you're trying. One thing we do not promote is what's called shul shopping, basically going to different shuls. Once you're in an Orthodox congregation, um, at least when it comes to answers for halakha or Jewish law, kind of stick with whatever your rabbi says, but that's down the line. But yeah, just go to ask the people at the Chabad, and they'll give you specific answers, and they'll know the local rabbis who uh, do perhaps perform conversions. And if they get asked this question every single day, I know how much I get asked it, and I know that they get asked it, and I know how much my shuls get asked it. Um, they're going to have a process that basically they say, "Hey, meet with Rabbi so and so," or they may say, "We are a small community, and basically you may need to move to a bigger city." But I wouldn't I wouldn't mess
yeah.
I wouldn't mess around too much with the. I mean, I'm an Orthodox individual, so I am certainly biased, but the the idea um, of the Reform community, just especially if they're asking you for money, it's a little off-putting.
And it definitely did feel off-putting to me when, in comparison to that, the experience that I've had with Chabad, it's been that they allow anybody to come to Shabbat service, obviously, but they have kind of, it feels like they're testing me in a good way. Like, it feels like they're kind of trying to see how real I am, you know. And in that way, I've just been trying to be as patient, as dedicated, and like as ready for whatever comes my way as possible, you know. And with that being said, I've actually recently had the rabbi at the Chabad congregation I've gone to. He actually offered me a job not too long ago doing landscaping. So it's like that relationship is at least seeming pretty good. And then on top of that, I've even communicated to his wife that my mother's not Jewish, and she was very accepting about that. Actually, I was very surprised because I've had other Chabad rabbis pretty much shut me down as soon as I mentioned that fact. So it seems like I've found a good spot there. But yeah, I hear what you're saying when it comes to the base skin and things like that. And I wanted to ask you, what is your opinion on the base skin of Denver, Colorado?
It's a medium-sized community, but I think that it's pretty well recognized. So if you're talking about the if you're talking about the three rabbis who currently sit on their base, then I don't know them personally, but I know overall the Denver community is a respected community, and if you could get into that community, perhaps for a conversion, I think that it would be seen in definitely a much more fair light because it is um, recognized globally. You just want to avoid small
Oh, okay.
town,
Yeah.
or even like it doesn't have to be small town. I know rabbis in Beverly Hills who will convert you for $5,000 or convert your spouse for $5,000, and you don't want to get into that because then we're having to make calls and we're having to see what kind of devotion the person had, what kind of righteous path they had, and we find out that 3 weeks ago they were some other religion and then they met this boy or met this girl or whatever. You want to stay away from those kinds of situations, but the base din of Denver, I think, is highly respected.
Yeah.
In my opinion, it's highly respected, and if you can connect with them, I think it's an excellent option.
Okay, that's good to hear. And actually, I have spoken to them. I've spoken to someone at the Denver based Inn, and what their recommendation for me was to just continue going to Shabbat and observing that way through the Chabad community that I've been going to, and that will at least open those doors up.
That's exactly right. I mean, that's what I'm saying as well. Those doors are open to those who want to walk through them. And if that rabbi who offered you the
Okay.
landscaping position, why didn't you take it?
Oh, I already did.
Okay, so you're working as a landscaper at the local Chabad.
I'm gonna be pretty
Okay,
soon here.
that's great.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for him to be through with all the responsibilities of Pesach this year, and then
Excellent,
he said he would contact me after that.
excellent. And then once he sees your work ethic and how interested you are, then you know you can certainly make a uh, expression of your intentions to convert and what you've done and um, how your heart felt, and he will say, "That's great. We don't do conversions. You continue to work here, continue to do everything as essentially a righteous Gentile as much as possible. Live by the seven Noahide laws. That'll be very important to him and to the community. And then you find the Beis Din. You'll meet with the Av of the Beis Din, the head of the Beis Din. You will perhaps be with them for 6 months to a year. They'll just want you to start to move to a community, um, your work hours. Um, there's, as I've said previously, though, um, they're gonna want a respectable parnasa, a respectable career for you. And so maybe you tell them, hey, I want to go back to
Yeah.
school, or hey, I want to get the certificate, or hey, I want to do something. But because once you convert, they want to make sure that you're able to afford it. Being an Orthodox Jew is expensive. You need to keep kosher. You've
Okay.
got shul dues. You're going to have perhaps yeshiva tuition and day school or whatever it may be.
Oh yeah.
And so just keep in mind they may say we want you to be in a position where you can afford this, and then after that usually you will get a syllabus, and then it's another 6 months to a year or so, and then there'll be some testing, nothing too intense. They may um, have you work what's called chavrusa, which is like paired learning with someone. You may be given a guide um, to the way of orthodoxy, and then basically once you have passed their requirements for whatever their community is, they'll set you up with a Brit Mila date, basically a bris date, and since you're already circumcised, it'll just be a prick of blood from the tip of your penis, basically your foreskin, what
Yeah.
remains. And then from there, you'll have a mikveh date, and then you'll be seen as a Jew in the eyes of the community and be free to make your own decisions the way that you want. They're going to want you to stay in the community. That's pretty important usually. You don't want to just convert and leave,
Oh yeah.
but you'll have made friends
Right.
there. They will have invited you into their homes. You're going to have learned with them. You're going to attend classes with them. Chumash class, meaning uh, like Tanakh class, and Gemara class, meaning uh, Talmud class.
Oh, nice.
You may start to take Hebrew classes. So at least in the communities where I've um, seen converts uh, eventually take the journey, it it's like a four. It's like shul every day usually, depending. Some places are stricter than others.
Right.
Um, but that means you're gonna have to be at shul by like 6:15 every day, and
I could
depending.
do that. I'm not gonna lie. If it was up to me, like right now, I would already be attending shul like every day at 6:15. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, but give it 6 months and it wears on you. Um, and
Right. Right.
then you go do your job or whatever, and then depending on where you are in the world and your community, it's either going to mean coming back to shul for lunch, um, or perhaps Mincha and Marav will be at night in your community. So you're going to have to be, that's just shul. Then you've got classes on top of that, which are usually led by the rabbi or some other lecturer within the community, and that's going to be another maybe 3 days a week. So usually there's
Yeah, and I will say, in the classes that I already do attend, just at Shabbat, which are obviously not as intensive as the classes you're speaking of, I do make sure to be very attentive, to be very participative. You know what I mean?
okay. I mean that's good. I'm not saying that it's not good. Um, that's great. So the big thing that they're going to want from you is, have you moved to our community? That's the big thing. The sooner you can get that done,
Yeah.
the better. Whether it's Denver, whether it's Chicago, or wherever, you're not going to be seen as someone who is really heartfelt in what you're doing and won't be fully welcome in the community, of course, until you convert, but um, until you until they know you're not driving on Shabbat, until they know that you are spending the day in their homes, like, and they actually can see how you act, how you behave. I've seen many converts for different reasons, and the ones that are living in the community, and the ones who just maybe got an apartment there for the weekend or whatever it may be. And there are eyes everywhere. The Orthodox eye is everywhere. And I've known of situations where you may have had an individual is converting, and perhaps there was an element of their righteousness that was questioned, and their tutor, their called the base din on them and basically said, "Hey, this person is not living the way that I would expect a Ger Zaddik, a righteous Gentile, to be living, a potential convert," and their process was extended. Or they could just kick you out of the program as well. So just know, like, when you're gonna do it, you want to do it all the way. And if you need anything, I'm here for
Okay.
you. Okay.
Dude, that means a lot to me. And you know what I really appreciate about all of this, about this different road compared to the reform road, is that I feel like there's something fake about the way that reform conversion even works. The reason I say that is because conform Jews, or conform, I'm sorry, reform Jews, they already see me as Jewish because of my patrilineal lineage, right? The thing is that just feels fake in a way. I mean, it is a good thing on what I would want, but when I think about the fact that they would still want me to pay tuition for a course to, do all this stuff when I have actually asked someone who's very high up within the reform world, I've asked them, very specifically with the lineage that I do have, and very specifically described it to her. She said, yeah, they'll already consider you as Jewish, but I don't have a Jewish mother. So these are things that I'm starting to see now and form opinions on. And yeah, I think there's something more genuine about putting your all in and actually being concerned about living the right way for Hashem. I see that as more important than just having status among Reform communities and things like that.
I understand what you're saying. I have no qualms with what you're saying. I don't consider what they practice to be Judaism. It's something different. It was a breakaway movement, essentially 210 years ago. Uh,
Yeah.
so, I mean, but that isn't to say that I don't consider some of their members to be Jews, but not all of them, and I don't recognize their conversion. So that's why I just do my best to stay as far away from that as possible. In your case, what the
Understandable.
what the based in of Denver said is excellent advice. Build the relationship with the Chabad rabbi as best you can. Um, Take that job, work every day like it's your last. Do a really good job. They'll see your work ethic. Uh, but the big question for me, just as an individual, but also as a rabbinic leader, where are you going to be 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road? It's very expensive. So, in the back of your mind, you have to be saying, I don't want to be continuing to be a landscaper for my whole life. I either want to have my own landscaping business, or I want to get a degree in technology, or I want to be a professor, whatever it is. And like, and you may say, I don't know what I want, or whatever. That's fine. But uh, when you're looking at what the base din is going to be looking at, they're going to say, is this person going to be able to pay day school's tuition? Now, that tuition you will have to pay. And what if you have 5 kids or whatever it may be? God willing, they want to make sure that you have the ability uh, to support a family. And also, I mean, imagine
Yeah.
their perspective. They have some daughter who's looking for a man. She likes you, but you're a pauper, basically. Like, you're not what they feel is going to give her a good life. You don't want that. You want to be able to say to that based in its professional a manner, this is my current career, and I'm working towards this other career, and here's my plan. If I hear that, great. Then that's what you would want to hear as well if the shoe were on the other foot, correct?
Yeah.
Exactly. So, but the I'm not putting down landscaping by any means. I think that it's an excellent opportunity to get into uh, the community. That's great. And
Yeah, and I would say my current job is it's decent, and it's one of those jobs that if you put enough effort into, you will be sustained pretty well. So what I'm kind of thinking is, for the meantime, I will just be doing 2 different jobs, until I'm gonna have to start committing more to learning and things like that, where I'll just have to figure something out.
there's nothing wrong with
So yeah.
that. There's nothing wrong with that. So do whatever you're doing and do the landscaping. But the question that I have for you is, what do you want to be doing in 15 years?
Well, you know what? This is one thing that I heard from a separate Chabad rabbi, and actually the first person that I ever, met when it came to doing a Shabbat service with Chabad. Right? This rabbi, he was probably much more sincere with me than I even probably deserved at the time, because the thing is I thought everything within Judaism was a cakewalk. I didn't understand it because I have lived my whole life secular in that regard. You know what I mean? So when I came to that congregation, I did the how do you say the morning service? It's like
Chakras,
Sakrit or something like that.
chakras or
Yeah,
chakra.
so I did that. Yeah, so I did that with them, and I had Kiddush with them. And at the end of the Kiddush, the rabbi pulled me aside with two other witnesses, and he said to me that he believes that I have some connection to Hashem, that I should pursue it, but that he's not going to convert me today. He's not going to convert me in general, and that I should definitely look at Chabad.com or .org and look at the Noahide laws and things like that, right? But what he said to me at the end of that was that he could still see me within some amount of years from today, that he could see me with a long beard, with long payas, in Israel, in Jerusalem. I think he specifically said in Jerusalem, and that he could see me being a rabbi. So I think that was profound specifically that he said that, but at the same time I hear exactly what you're saying in that it is a process. It is important. It's not just like it's really so much different than a lot of people treat it, where it's just some induction thing. Like when Moshe crossed the Red Sea, it was not like a job application. It was a very, very serious thing. It was probably something that would make most people fall dead from sheer fear, So
Okay.
That's where I stand.
Hey, and there's nothing wrong with that. I understand. So, aside from rabbi, though, because a lot of rabbis have multiple jobs. I mean, I'm a certified project management professional. My rabbinical colleagues, many of them are lawyers or accountants or certified financial planners. Some are congregational rabbis as well, where they get paid from the shul. But aside from that, 15 years from now, if no rabbinical route, I mean, you can do both. So that there's nothing wrong with that. But what do you want to be from a secular career if you didn't have the opportunity to be a rabbi, or you needed to be a rabbi and have a secular career to help support yourself?
I'm thinking either something like coding, for example, or maybe something like sound engineering. I actually know a lot about the second.
What did you? Okay, so coding isn't really a position anymore with AI, so I would move away from that. I'm not putting down coders of the past, but the best coder in the world right now isn't as good as AI on its worst day. So, what kind of engineer did you say? Because engineer is great. What did you say?
Well, the type of engineering I'm talking about is a little less practical, but it's audio engineering.
Okay, that works. I've known at least people within Chabad who own their own audio studios, or and they're not like millionaires by any means. But they eventually went to law school and some other things. But that's something. Okay, audio engineering can be something. That's something. So when you go to the base, then you can say, I'm doing landscaping at Chabad, and I am doing my other job as well. I may have proclivities someday to be a rabbi, just like you all. But additionally, I have a goal in mind to perhaps be an audio engineer. Okay, great. There's nothing wrong. I mean, I don't want to say there's nothing wrong with it. Those are great goals. That's more than you've previously said. So basically, vocalizing these things is really important as an individual. Um, so what would I advise? You I know you drive a lot, so listen to podcasts regarding audio engineering and what it takes to get that. Don't go into debt over a degree or something like that. I'm sure you can get some kind of audio engineer certificate, um, but something so that because there are a lot of rabbis out there who are poor, and they're poor and they have to rely on the government, and their children are poor. You don't want that kind of life. You want to have something that supports you as well. It's just like basically having a backup plan. So the rabbinical route is great. Um, I mean, it's something that's extremely rewarding, and but you should also recognize that a lot of rabbis have multiple positions or multiple jobs. We, no pun intended, wear different hats. Um, an audio engineer would be a great one. So I would, if I were you, and it gives the based in an idea that like, hey, we're not going to have to support this guy. Um, if anything, we're going to want him to be within our community. He may one day have the opportunity to go to yeshiva or study under a rabbi to become a rabbi. But on top of that, he's not going to be just looking for handouts, and neither is his family. He's got a job as an audio engineer. He's working at a radio station, or he is a podcast producer, whatever it is that is of interest to you. Um, that's that's basically another way for you to be able to provide for yourself and provide for your family. And again, I would just say if you had the shoe on the other foot and you were sitting across the table from a young person and they said, I do these jobs right now, I'm working with the Chabad, I have changed my life, I've changed the way that I eat, I changed the way that I interact with individuals, especially women, I have taken these steps, I've moved to the community, I walk to shul, I have taken these classes, and I have a goal to eventually become X, Y, and Z. You don't have to do that beforehand, but there's just to have the goal. But then, in addition, there's nothing wrong by saying, and I think that someday I may be inclined to perhaps go the rabbinical route. That's a beautiful story. That's a beautiful story. I want you to have a beautiful story that you can tell the based in, and you're sharing that,
Right.
and so that's great. And
Thank you.
absolutely,
Appreciate it.
and you should also tell the Chabad rabbi. He has connections. You never know. He knows people. You shouldn't be.
Yeah, and I mean, he knows about my job. I've had conversations with him about things like this. So, like there's that personal level there.
Excellent. Okay. Well, then, with that, do you have any other things you'd like to discuss?
I mean, I can't really think of too much related to all that. I'll leave it off with this when it comes to this discussion. I do, yeah, I do see this process isn't what a lot of other religions do, and I think that's for a good reason, right? Because if not, what what is important is the fact that some of these things are kodesh, that they're set apart, right? And within that, I think putting in that effort is going to be worth it in the long term, you know. So I'm up for it. And I've found that any time that I've come to this world of like specifically the Orthodox world, come to it with this idea of, oh, I'm gonna have this expectation, and it doesn't go that way. Sure, I feel the initial frustration with it. Sure, it's not ideal for me, right? But what I do get from that every single time is more determination to keep working harder.
There you
you
go.
know?
There you go.
So that's kind of all I've got there. But I did actually just have a question that's completely unrelated, just out of curiosity, like with specifically like what you do.
Sure.
Just because I find it kind of fascinating. I'm not gonna lie.
What do I do?
Well, not that. That's not the question. What I'm curious about is, so how many other, like, is it even very common even for other Chabad rabbis to do things like use a platform like this or like live stream and things like that? Because that's really interesting to me.
Absolutely.
Personally.
Certainly.
Um,
So Chabad's a little different. I mean, I'm certainly a member of a Chabad congregation, but I generally consider myself very modern Orthodox as well, and I'm a member of modern Orthodox shuls as well. So there are three that are near and dear to my heart. There's Chabad of Sherman Oaks, and then there are two modern Orthodox synagogues, shuls within Irvine that I care about a lot. Um, in terms of the live stream, I was never a live streamer. Didn't do social media, nothing like that. My life was, uh, I was an accountant for some years. I would go to
Okay.
shul early in the day, 6:15 or whatever for Minyan. Get off about, be done about 7:30 or so. Get on the 405 freeway to work. Worked as a an accountant, but also had a tech background as well, and then eventually got a certification as a uh, project management professional. I launched apps on the App Store and Google Play uh, that were very successful that have allowed me some financial independence. Um, signed
Oh, that's cool.
signed some big spokespeople for to basically endorse the apps. I then worked contracting for major Fortune 500 or Fortune 100 companies, um, and basically as a project manager, also a Scrum Master, um, uh, managing teams overseas, specifically in APAC, Asia Pacific islands, additionally Australia, Oceania, EMEA, which is Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So I launched some projects in Israel for Fortune 100 companies. Um, Also Latin America, North America, specifically with some Canadian associates, and did well at that. And then my position went remote with the pandemic, and here I was going to shul
Um,
3 days. I was going to shul 3 times a day. Uh, Depending on the time of year. Sometimes it's 2 times a day, just depending on when the sun. Without going into that, like sometimes chakras is always in the morning, but mincha mariv sometimes they're split. One's at lunch, and we have to get a minion together, and sometimes just depending on when sunset is, they'll be at the end of the day, and then I would
yeah.
take classes. Um, so Chumash class, which is Tanakh, and Gemara class, which is Talmud. And my community really was like, "You're going to be a rabbi," and I never took it seriously. I was always in accounting and technology, and I was focused on that. And enough people within my community, specifically the rabbis, said, "Look, we have uh, we want you to start working." Um, Partnering with people within the community to um, essentially, well, to join the rabbinate. And I personally always felt that that might have been something that I would do at an older, like when I was older, maybe, because I was very focused on my career and the potential of raising a family and such. And then the pandemic hit, and we went from I had attended, we don't really count, but I had attended shul every day for like 666 straight days. Like, I had attended, uh, I mean, I was more consistent than the congregational rabbi. Like, I was a rock and a pillar within my community. And then I started working with another rabbi uh, in some a virtual setting because of the pandemic, and the whole shul went virtual. All shuls went virtual to some extent with classes and even minyanim, your minions basically. Unless some types of um, requirements regarding 6 feet apart and sanitizing and things could be met. And um, I went
And
from
was that through like Zoom?
yeah, well, like one of my shuls did it through Zoom, the other shul did it through GoToMeeting. So it just depended. And so what we would do is we would have the minion. We would show up like I would show up when the rabbi would need me as a member. Um, for the minion, so quite often in person, but
Right.
as well virtually, depending on just what the needs were of the shul. And he knew that I was working at the same time, so he didn't want to put too much added pressure on my life. Um, and we began with just doing like go-to meetings, so we would have shacharis and we would daven via video, and that was so different than anything I'd ever expected or ever had, because shul is always in person, and um, the connecting with the other 9 members of the minyan has always been really key. And so I would still go in person, but there was this added video aspect of it. And then on top of that, the Gemara classes and the Talmud classes, the Chumash classes, the Tanakh classes, also, I was taking like Jewish history classes as well, and Hebrew classes. I worked in conjunction with other learning individuals, basically in a small yeshiva setting. All of that went virtual,
Yeah.
and um, I had intentions to perhaps move to Israel, or at least, but that all kind of went by the wayside. And so I had been working in with a rabbi in Israel, who my community. Not only was I working with rabbis in my community, but working with a rabbi in Israel to make smicha, which is rabbinical ordination. And I went from being an individual who was very much in the real world to having to open my life and my camera for all of these classes. And I went from additionally being in classes for and Minyanim, so Shakers, Minham Marav, all of that for like maybe 2 or 3 hours a day. On top of that, to my job going remote. And so I was on camera like going in my life from 0 hours ever, not having an Instagram account, not having a TikTok account, none of that stuff, to being on camera like 10, 12 hours a day. And so my anxiety for being on camera was reduced. And then especially after making smicha, and then having the opportunity to perhaps learn to be a more of a congregational rabbi, or perhaps to work for a kosher supervision service. Um, I didn't really want those roles. I already had Parnassa as a certified project management professional and a scrum master and an accountant. Like I could do a lot. I mean, obviously, um, and I had learned that more within the Sephardic community, not so much the Ashkenazic community, but the Sephardic community. They were meeting for Shabbat via Zoom, and they were actually keeping their Zoom calls on Shabbat for 24 hours. That's the longest you can have a Zoom call, because they weren't able to meet in person many times because of super spreader events and things. I recognized, and just my knowledge of Jewish history, that this was a catalyst for change. That if we had basically 50% of all of Jews and the predominant tradition within Israel, that's a secular country anyway, but basically they had made the exception to be able to use to live stream on Shabbat and Hagim, specifically like that first Pesach of 2020. That was the big catalyst that I felt that okay, maybe that there might be some opportunity here, but I did not start by streaming on Shabbat by any means. So I was continuing to live my life streaming 6 days a week, and then when Shabbat would come, I would shut down all the streams and everything. But I really thought the Sephardic community is already doing this, and it doesn't make any
Yeah.
sense to me, and nor has it ever. I'm a very rational individual, and we treat Shabbat with as much holiness and as much uh, uh, we hold it in such a high regard. But
Yeah, of course.
I know in my heart that there's only a 14% chance that Friday night to Saturday night is Shabbat. And let me explain. There are 7 days in the week, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, actually, well, yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Actually, no. When I was in class with my rabbi, like I did, I think there was something that equivalated to yes, it is 7 days.
Right. Okay. So
Like it's not some kind of thing where it's 6 days and then a non-day.
no. It's no, exactly. It's 7 days. Okay. God rested on the seventh day. Are we in agreement on that?
Yeah, 100%.
Excellent. What day was that?
Shabbat,
Okay, but what day was that? What I'm saying is that
the seventh.
the seventh day, but you have to understand the Jewish calendar hasn't remained consistent for 5,786 years. We don't know the right day. It's a 1 in 7 chance that we're
Yeah.
taking. And in reality, that's only 14%. There's an 86% chance that we're actually celebrating Shabbat on the wrong day. Does that make sense?
It does, and I've thought about this so many times in my past too.
Okay, well, so I know in the back of my mind that really there's an 86% chance today's Shabbat or tomorrow's Shabbat, but there's only a 14% chance that Friday sundown to Saturday sundown in a little bit is Shabbat. So I've always known that. It's something that I question as a young person. On top of that, the
Yeah,
use.
that's when I started questioning that too.
Okay,
Like when I was about 16 years old.
and guess what? And guess what? The Chabad rabbis question it. It's just tradition, and I understand that. Uh, it's our Mazorah. It's our tradition. It's our minhag. It's just the way we do things. But I get that. Now, on top of that, the use of electronics is an interesting aspect. Now, I don't drive on Shabbat. I don't work on Shabbat. I one day will write a book on basically how to be an Orthodox individual in the working world and be able to take off for the at least 13 holidays that you may need to some years, and how to keep kosher at work. And even when the best time, I can tell you the best time if you're going for a big time job and you're looking for a job, the best day to do it is the day after the second day of Shavuot. Like I know that really, really well because that's the most amount of time that you're going to have while you have sunlight and you won't have to request to leave early. It's just like it's basically like if you're applying for a job in the winter, you have to leave early from work, and a lot of companies, they when they're making their determination on whether they're going to hire you or not, you don't want to have that conversation with them right away. It might be you want them to see your work ethic, all of those kinds of things. So I can even tell you like the best times to apply for jobs. So I know this process extremely well. But I don't work on Shabbat. I don't drive on Shabbat. I don't combust on Shabbat. I don't launder on Shabbat. All of the 39 melchot, the forbidden aspects, the prohibitions that we avoid on Shabbat, I follow. Now,
Yeah.
the idea of electronics on Shabbat has only been around about 130 years. And it's really been some uh, traditions that have been followed, but they're not really followed that well. And let me explain. You may have people who say, I don't use electronics on Shabbat. That's not true. They use timers. And so there is an aspect of the Talmud, without getting into it, that timers are allowed. Okay, well, here's the thing. I don't turn on my computers. My computers are already running. And even still, from a physics point of view, and I'm a learned individual, I'm a scientist, I am a lover of technology, and I'm a rabbi. I know that fire and electricity are different things. If you have a question about electricity, you go to an electrical engineer. If you have a question about fire, you go to a firefighter. You don't go to an electrical engineer for a question about fire, and generally, you don't go to a firefighter about a question about electricity. They're separate. They were essentially seen as the same prohibition around the time of the invention of the telephone. And it was the opinion of several rabbis that said that you essentially could not start a conversation and end a conversation because that's essentially the final hammer blow. And that's been our Mizora for like 130 years. However, there are all kinds of exceptions that are made to this, such as the use of timers, which some may say is an exception, others may say not. Other people don't shut off their Wi Fi routers. Very few, if you go through Borough Park or Crown Heights and you just go around with your Wi Fi on, many of the families that leave their Wi Fi on, even though that's nevertheless transmitting data, they're not paying attention to it. So perhaps,
Exactly.
but what I'm saying is, even that, they are affecting their Wi-Fi. Now, why? What does this get to? The answer that you will get when you're in a congregation is, it goes against the spirit of Shabbat, the spirit of Shabbos, and that's fine. But that's just an all-encompassing excuse for why we don't do it. And guess what? There are kosher phones that people have that uh, that that are sold. You get kids who, especially the younger generations, are using. They consider the use of uh, cell phones on Shabbat as non-prohibitive and somewhat even so long as they're still spending time with their family, and so this is how I look at it. There's only a 14% chance that it's right. On top of that, fire is not the same as electricity. On top of that, there isn't anything in the Bible that says you can't use a computer or use the internet. There's nothing in Talmud that says that.
Exactly, and Tanakh is, in my opinion, the ultimate say. I do respect the Talmud. But,
Yeah, you've got to be
the Talmud
you got to be
like,
careful with that. You've got to be
the
careful
Talmud
with that.
is what?
You got to be careful with that because we
Okay.
consider the Talmud, even though it's written, to be the oral Torah that was given to Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses, our teacher, at Sinai. So it's basically,
Okay.
but so I get what you're saying, and I can't say that most Jews probably don't disagree with you, or probably, yeah, I mean, probably agree with you, but at least within the rabbinical world, Talmud and the oral law is extremely high. But nevertheless, there's nothing about cell phone use in there. And we have made changes
Yeah, of course.
within Judaism since Talmud that are prohibited. So, for instance, within the modern Orthodox community, uh, we the suction after a bris on a newborn is many times now done with a pipette or a straw or with found that herpes can be transmitted and the child can die. And so this is something that is stated within Talmud that we need to do that we've just moved away from now. Not all communities have, but it's becoming more common. Other aspects that we've moved away from um, are the way that we daven or just pray. Like within the 15th century and 16th century, it was common for sages, especially, to use some type of like breath techniques to basically hold their breath or put pressure on themselves so that they would have visions, like Kabbalistic visions. And we've recognized that that isn't how we daven anymore. I mean, probably the biggest one, we don't do sacrifices. We've completely changed sacrifices into the davening prayers that we perform at Shacharis, Minchas, Marv. What I'm saying is Judaism has had different different phases, and the modern phase of Judaism is moving much more towards the smart home, towards the electric car, and that's going to change everything. When you can pre-program your look, I'm going to be honest with you. I know rabbis who take Uber on Shabbat. Do I? Absolutely not. But I know rabbis who do, and
Oh wow!
it's looked down
And you know
upon.
that's crazy to think about because that's making a purchase on Shabbat.
Well, no. So here's what is done. It's prepaid, and they make there's a mode within Uber where you can set up the you can pre-set up the route. Basically, you can plan the route. Is what I'm trying to say.
Oh,
So the purchase is made before sundown, and I know that it's done. I don't do it, but I know it's done. I I don't. I've never done it. It's not something that I generally, unless there was, it's just you wouldn't do it. It's just not that. That to me is much more of a prohibitive act because that's public as well. Um, People may say, "Well, you're live on YouTube. That's public." Yeah, but it's not like the community's looking at me directly on the street. There's a big difference between that. If you want to look at me, you have to go and find me. So there's an element of privacy to this as well. And but what I'm trying to say, or what I want you to know, is that there are even things that I know rabbis do that I don't agree with, that I feel are more prohibitions than what I currently do. And I know, especially within the rabbinical world, we're waiting on Mashiach to make the eventual uh, determinations on what is kosher and what is not, and what's a prohibition and what is not. I can say that I never live streamed before the pandemic, and the Sephardic community is the one that brought in the idea of live streaming on Shabbat. That was not an Ashkenazic characteristic, and it's becoming. And here's another one. I'm sure the shul that you attend, or all of the synagogues, they all have security cameras, right?
oh yeah.
And
Well,
you're
actually, I have to say I don't know about one of them,
okay,
but
but
the other synagogues.
okay, but they have some type of security cameras at some of them, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Exactly. They don't shut down those cameras during Shabbat,
No, they don't.
and so these are basically security cameras in my life.
Okay.
And
That's actually a really, yeah. I would say I respect and understand like just about every reason you've given, and also it's really fascinating the way that you were sort of momentized into this. The way
yes,
that like life itself kind of formulated in a way that helped you kind of find this path, you know. So I think that's really interesting and cool stuff. And I guess I just have to ask: is this a common thing for Chabad or even Orthodox rabbis?
to live stream, no. What is usually
Uh,
done?
yeah, I mean, even to be like connected with. I know there's like that YouTuber from Ohio, that Chabad rabbi from Ohio, who's kind of a popular YouTuber, but like things like using Discord, things like being on social media, stuff like that. Is that common?
Great question. Yeah, I mean there are other rabbis who have discords. There's the Orthodox Discord that's run by a rabbi. There are several other rabbinical communities. Um, in terms of YouTube, yeah, YouTube's
Yeah, I couldn't imagine a lot of the older school ones doing that. I don't know.
well,
That's just kind of mind blowing in
that
some ways.
that you've got to understand. That's the old guard, and they're dying out. Many of them didn't even want
Right.
self.
So like it's mostly like younger rabbis then.
Oh, absolutely. I had another rabbinical colleague say to me, ask me what kind of phone to get. He was older than I, and I explained it to him like this: if you want to be like those old Eastern European shtetl kind of like rabbis, get an Android. But young Israeli Chabad rabbis are getting iPhones, and so I helped him to get his iPhone and get that set up. I mean, basically, um, even those older rabbis who are moving into the smartphone world um, are eventually getting Twitter accounts and perhaps YouTube channels. I mean, some of the biggest uh, names in modern Judaism today are YouTube rabbis. Um, Rabbi Friedman, Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi. Those are some of the big names that you'll find. Additionally, um, perhaps not rabbis, but certainly Jewish history, Jewish historians are using social media to be able to get the message out about the religion because it's an excellent tool. And in terms of do other rabbis have
Excellent point.
do other rabbis live stream their life? No, but no one does. I've met one other person in 4 years, almost five, who live streams their life just like I do, and they don't do it from 20 different angles. They do it from one angle, and they've only been doing it for like 315 days. I've been doing it for
Right.
1,666 days. So I've been doing it a lot longer. It's not a normal thing. I recognize that it is a gift that I can give to the world, not just to hear amazing conversations just like this, but for the world to see that we're not all that different, that uh, keeping kosher isn't as difficult as some people may think it to be. That uh, Jews laugh, cry, uh, sleep, eat, drink. We do all of the things that we do, and it gives
Exactly.
it gives
Exactly.
it gives me the a way to teach. I teach a Kabbalah class every day. Today was day 96 in a row of it, and I would like to do that the rest of my life. I would love to be able to have this
Yeah.
huge compendium of rabbinical discussions on Kabbalah, almost like the Talmud. The Talmud's 2,711 folios. I would love to do this for at least 2,711 days and have people be able to study it in future generations. That's exciting to me. And see the ways that I change, see the ways that the, the interpretations can change. Um, so that's all really important. Now, in terms of Israel and getting married, I had intentions to travel to Israel and perhaps make Aliyah. Uh, Aliyah in and really probably 2020 was the plan, but uh, I was in a friend's wedding. Um, it was a very Orthodox ceremony, and I remember being uh, excited to get married myself, and I got a shadchan, which is a matchmaker looking for a shidduch, a match. I got on the Jewish dating websites and had people who I was really interested in meeting, and the world shut down, and everybody, especially in my world, went to this virtual world. I mean, I did do like virtual dating, but that was a little bit different. And then when I started the live streaming, it was something that motivated me to be able to change the world. I learned uh,
Yeah.
it as a tech entrepreneur, and especially in 2018, data overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I personally have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And that's hard for people to understand. But you have to understand that, like in the history of humankind, we're talking about Gandhi and Churchill and Moshe Rabbeinu, everybody. No one has had more aspect of their life, more data created than I have. And that's going to make me a very influential
Wow.
individual someday. I have more social media than any person
So,
ever because when I do something, I do it all the way. I'm live on more than 20 different YouTube accounts right now. That's an incredible amount of data that I'm creating every moment. Basically, every minute that I am on stream, I'm creating about 60 minutes worth of data when you combine it with the TikToks that I'm on and the Instagrams that I'm on. I'm live on 3 different Instagrams, 2 different TikToks, 2 different Twitter spaces, more than 20 different YouTube channels. I'm live in a bunch of different Discords. That's how you found me. And as I say this all to you, I'm not having to do anything. You know what I mean? And also, so I don't see it as work. I have never been a social media influencer. I don't get paid, or I get paid to stream, and I just let it sit in an account. Not even my bank account. It sits in the account of the um of the of the platform. I just they give me money. I just let it sit there. I don't want it. Basically, I don't want to ever be accused of, hey, you're an influencer, you're a live streamer. No, I'm not. I'm a rabbi. I'm a certified project management professional. I'm an accountant. I'm a few other things as well. But I am not someone who streams for money. That's not what I do. I do this for fun, and I would be doing the exact same thing. I shouldn't say that. I would be more involved with my communities if I weren't doing this live stream, but I'm okay with that. I recognize that I have the opportunity to change the world. I'm an advocate for world peace everywhere. I'm an advocate for ending world hunger everywhere through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm involved with projects to build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I am an advocate for the Lifestraw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. I felt that uh, my journey, perhaps that I'm on from Hashem, certainly changed during the pandemic, and it was to help the world. I had become financially independent to some extent because of some uh, excellent investing and just really getting fortunate um, in in my positions. And I felt that not only could I perhaps change my own life, but I'm going to change the life of my children, my grandchildren. They'll never have to work again. I'm going to be starting on Monday a series of podcasts about improvement of the world. And if you know what Tikkun ul Olam is, it's essentially healing of the world.
Fixing the world.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
the first session, and this is with an Australian podcaster and Australian radio host out of Melbourne. Well, he lives in Brisbane, but his radio show is in Melbourne. He has well, we're going to discuss in the first session. It's about life extension technology. The second session is on improving the world through technology. The third is mega projects. The fourth is space exploration, and the fifth is search for intelligent life. And these, to me, are fascinating subjects. I discussed them from certainly a halakhic standpoint, and no mainstream rabbi, from Rebbe Menachem Schneerson to Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, none of them have ever discounted the idea that intelligent life may exist. And what would we do as Jews if aliens landed on the White House lawn? What do we do when we start to have space exploration and the day changes? Meaning, normally you put on tefillin in the morning. Well, if you're in a spacecraft and you're going around the Earth 15 times a, within 24 hours, you have to don tefillin 15 times? These are excellent questions. The rabbis of the Talmud never made a decision on this. It's not mentioned in Tanakh. What do we do? These are all excellent discussion points that I have, but really, at the heart of the matter, I want to improve the world. And in terms of life extension technology, something that I've been talking about for more than 4 years, and I've always been fascinated with, are things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, things like testosterone replacement therapy, ambrosia therapy, to essentially, maybe perhaps one day, God willing, be able to extend the average life expectancy from maybe today in the Western world, age 80 to age 100, 120. But at age 120, you or someone else may say, Rabbi, back in 2026 when we talked, everything that you talked about seemed fascinating like science fiction, but it's become science fact. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And I want to give people options that they may be able to, if they want, with their consent, utilizing uh, technology, be able to perhaps use mind uploading technology to be able to extend their life. basically scanning their brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever they want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to people, and I say to people in my streams, is that we are of a generation, or we're within a few generations, where the idea of digital immortality may be realistic. And that's really exciting, is it not?
It is.
I think it is too. And so, yes, I could sit here, uh, well, I felt with my life, and go work for some kosher certification agency and go hustle some ConAgra Foods about the kashrut of Hebrew national hot dogs, which is fine. And
Yeah.
there are rabbis who do that, and there's nothing bad about that. Or I could really do what I felt perhaps could change the world, and by giving away my privacy and in many ways connecting with people that I never would have been able to. And I mean, you see, I have almost 3,000 people in this Discord, which is a lot. If you know anything about Discord, it's really hard to get people to join your Discord. And I can really say that I feel like it will not be another year that I'll be doing this before uh, people find out about what I do. It's going to change the world. And then it's going to give me a platform for not just within Judaism, but the whole world to be able to unite people. I mean, one thing that Mashiach is supposed to do, and I want Mashiach to come more than anybody. I pray for Mashiach to come every single day. And when Mashiach, God willing, comes within my lifetime, and rebuilds the Beit HaMikdash, I want Mashiach, if I ever have the opportunity to meet them, to say that's what I wanted people to do, is to be forces for peace. Because if you know anything about Mashiach, Mashiach's supposed to help bring about world peace. I know what Mashiach's supposed to do. Bring
Yeah.
world peace, rebuild the Beit HaMikdash, unite the nations. And I could, without a doubt, say, I tried to do all of those things before you came, and be appreciative. I would hope that he would say, "That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted." Some other, and other people as well do this to some extent. So, um, in my own way, I've created the largest compendium of human data in the history of the world. On top of that, all the religious and like more philosophical aspects of it. This is the most important, in my opinion, project of any person ever. And I put this up there with more than the Apollo program and World War II, World War I, the Civil War, all of it. And let me explain why. With the advent of AI, we've never had the opportunity to be able to study uh, the behavior of an individual over long periods of time. We only do small studies on individuals for like 6 months or a year, but never years and years of 24/7 being able to study aging, eating habits, drinking habits, behavior patterns, psychological states, sleeping patterns, circadian rhythms, every aspect of the human body, hygiene, everything. It's a gift that I can give to the world. Now, it's too much for any one individual to watch. If somebody sat down and watched every stream that I've ever created, it would take them more than 100 years. But AI can dissect every single thing that I do, and AI needs models on which to needs examples on which to build its models. And in my own way, I am the biggest model for AI that's ever arisen. And I recognize that
Wow.
I can have a huge impact on society that way. So without I don't I want to humble myself, and I want you to recognize that I'm just an individual. I'm just a lowly rabbi who's just doing what they
Of
can
course.
to change the world. But I recognize that if I delayed marriage for a little bit, I didn't have a biological clock against which I was fighting. If I were a woman, I couldn't do this. But fortunately, I can reproduce at a later age and give up a half decade or so of my life to be able to change the world. To me, it's worth it. It's going to be really exciting. Can you imagine if people knew globally that you could connect with someone just like you, come into my Discord, we could talk whenever you want. You could watch what they were doing 24 hours a day from multiple streams. I don't just stream from my home. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California, and I would love to do this globally. If people found out about that, that would be the biggest influence in global history. And in my own mind, I feel like that could be a reality someday.
Wow, I think that's all profound right there. I think most people in general would say that that is a very interesting experience. And on top of that, I think, if Hashem has put you on this road, then Hashem has put you on this road. This is what is important, you know. So
Absolutely.
that's all very good stuff.
Absolutely. And I know that my rabbinical colleagues, while they can't always publicly say in front of their shul, yeah, everybody does can just start live streaming. Though some did, um, the Sephardic communities did. You watch in 30 years, especially with the advent of the electric car, where everything can be pre-programmed, and the smart home, where everything can be set on timers, and the idea that if you're not like necessarily even just with a computer or something like initiating a charge, there are just all kinds of there are all kinds of changes that we're going to see within Judaism, especially to unite people. I mean, the 10% of Jews who we focus on, the Orthodox community, want to grow and are growing, and there are a lot of people within the 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 um, the conservative and reform movements that want to be balled to Shuva, that want to return to the master, but don't know how to do it. And what a great resource that they could have. Hey, someone who will answer all your questions, teach you all the blessings, reviews Jewish history all the time. I've been watching Daf Yomi, which is our daily Talmud study, for like 200 straight days, just on one of my other streams. It's the perfect place to learn how to be a Jew. So, with that, I'm not going to take up any more of your time, but you asked a very interesting question, and I wanted to make sure that I really had the opportunity to answer it in full. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for giving me that answer. It was really, really like compelling talk in general.
Excellent.
So I appreciate you, and I hope you have a good rest of your Passover.
You as well.
And yeah, thank you.
Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach.
Look at this athleticism.
It's lovely to meet you. The paradox of the ad hoc, by calling out negatively and strengthening your position. Anyone who participates in debates about science, technology, politics, or controversial ideas eventually encounters the familiar tactic. Instead of responding to the substance of an argument, critics dismiss the person presenting it with a label. These labels frequently appear in online forums, comment sections, and media discussions. Rather than examining the evidence and reasoning, critics often rely on dismissing terms such as pseudoscience, quack, quackery, fringe, debunked, quack, charlatan, internet guru, armchair scientist, fake expert, amateur researcher, self-proclaimed expert, internet quack, propagandist, fraud grifter, hoax promoter, disinformation spreader, misinformation source, pseudo-intellectual, cult figure, attention seeker, clickbait personality, internet personality, fake dog whisperer, coded messaging, bad faith actor, agenda-driven commentator, extremist sympathizer, theorist, hypothesizer, speculative thinker. The rhetorical function of these labels is straightforward. They attempt to discredit the speaker rather than engage the argument. This tactic is known as an ad hominem attack, recognizing it can actually place the responder in a stronger position within the debate. How ad hominem attacks work? An ad hominem attack shifts the focus away from the claim and onto the person making it. Instead of addressing the argument's logic, analysis, evidence and reasoning, not the reputation of the person delivering. When someone substitutes a label like quack, propagandist, or pseudo-intellectual for an actual button, they are no longer engaging with the argument itself. Calling out the fallacy. A powerful response is to calmly identify the tactic. That is an ad hominem attack. You are labeling the speaker rather than addressing the argument. This response reframes the conversation. Instead of defending oneself against a list of insults, the focus shifts to the structure of the debate. Observers can clearly see that the critic has not addressed the argument's content, but this response contains an interesting rhetorical twist. The King of the Hill paradox. When you call someone an ad hominem attacker, you are technically making a statement about their behavior rather than immediately addressing their claim. In a narrow sense, you are describing something about the person rather than the argument. This creates a fascinating paradox. If debate were like a game of King of the Hill, identifying the ad hominem attack often allows you to take the high ground. The critic attempted to delegitimize you with a label. By naming the tactic itself, you expose the weakness of their move and shift the discussion to a higher level. Quality of reasoning. In effect, their attempt to discredit you becomes evidence that they are not engaging with the argument properly. Why this strategy works? This approach works because debates are rarely judged only by participants. They are often judged by observers. When someone relies on dismissive labels rather than addressing evidence, it signals that they may not have a substantive rebuttal. By calmly identifying the ad hominem tactic, you demonstrate intellectual composure and redirect the conversation back to logic. The implicit message is simple. If someone has a genuine critique, they should present it in terms of evidence and reasoning. Returning to the argument, the strongest version of this strategy does not stop with identifying the fallacy. After calling out the ad hominem attack, the next step is to return to the substance of the argument itself. Restate the claim, clarify the evidence, invite the critic to address the reasoning directly. This combination, exposing the fallacy and then returning to the argument, demonstrates confidence in your position while reinforcing the standards of rational discussion. The value of naming the tactic. Modern discussions, especially online, are filled with rhetorical shortcuts. Labels often replace arguments because they are faster, easier, and emotionally satisfying. When participants recognize and name these tactics, the quality of discourse improves. Calling out ad hominem attacks reminds everyone involved that debates should focus on ideas rather than words and labels. And in the unusual dynamics of debate, simply identifying the tactic can shift the entire terrain of the conversation, turning an attempted dismissal into an opportunity to reassert the importance of logic, evidence, and genuine engagement with ideas.
Please add all of the suffixes and prefixes that are used, like anti, or quasi, or ist at the end, ists, or all the ones that are used. And you can say just a few examples. And this list is not limited to, but just is a group of examples. Add terms like denier and anything else like that that's used as well. anti-science. The whole view of climate and just have denier and remove the word say that words or acronyms or nicknames are even invented rather than have serious arguments. And put that in the list of all the stuff, please.
Good. Where are you calling us from?
Dayton, Ohio.
Whoa, Dayton, Ohio. I love it. That's right, the fifth best city in Ohio. You born and raised there, I take it?
No, I'm in Virginia.
Oh, wow, the rare Dayton upgrade. Hard to do.
We see.
So, wow, you were like one of the wonderful whites of Virginia or whatever?
The term debunk is bunk.
I like that. Your
Or
family,
name the
like,
title of
made
article, something
moonshine
like
and things
that.
like that?
How nothing is debunked. That just give some examples. They don't have to be just like this, but like people who would said in the Roman Empire that aquifers were causing lead poisoning would be seen as pseudoscientists or whatever, and the powers that be of Rome would have said that those people would have been debunked. Or the idea of the, and you don't have to say exactly who, but like religious organizations in the Middle Ages saying that we have a geocentric world as opposed to heliocentric, would have tried to debunk everybody or called anyone who questioned otherwise, including Galileo, debunked. And they would have said there's a long tradition of this. Just like the Romans would have said there's a long tradition of this. And give another 5 examples of ideas in history that were once thought to be like basically law or realistic that have been changed. Even there's a modern law or something in physics from like the early 19th century that was thought to be a law that eventually had to be shown that was not. So say that the term debunk is actually bunk, that we should never say anything is debunked, ever. That goes against science. To say anything is debunked ever goes against science because there always could be more information that could be learned.
I love it. So, Joshua, tell us more. What do you do now? Oh, okay. Any kind of... Okay. It's fun. Is this an office? Do you have your own office there in Dayton? Oh, okay. So your wife is staying with you at your parents' place? Okay, so it's just the 4 of you, or is there more in the house?
My parents, we got 3 kids.
Oh, you and your wife have 3 kids? Wow, look at that. They're Asian American children.
Those have to be cute as kids.
Yeah, do they have cute Asian names, or the names like Charles and Bob? What was the last one?
It seems like there are a lot of Pauls that are Asian. Do you find this to be I know a lot of Asian Pauls.
Paul?
Pauls.
P-A-U-L?
Yes.
Yeah?
I know a lot.
Really? I didn't know that. Interesting. What was the third name you said? Cyrus? Oh, that. What was that? Was that your wife's idea?
No, it would have been Cyrus.
What made you come up with Silas as name?
I actually thought the name is a character in League of Legends.
Stylus.
Wow.
Stylus.
Yeah, Stylus. No, I'm trying to... Salvador is creating a segment over here. He's still guessing names. It's the middle of a show that we moved on. 2 minutes, good to go. Papyrus, yes, that's the name. Final answer, Papyrus. You got it right, Salvador. Salvador! Give attention to Salvador. Okay. Joshua, so what do you do for fun? How do you pass the time? I mean, you have 3 kids. When they're not keeping you busy, what else other than League of Legends? Tell us something fun.
I try to make games.
Oh my goodness, you make games. What kind of games? What kind of games have you made?
Article is humble enough to understand the paradox that even this theory that nothing could be debunked truthfully could be debunked someday. It is a paradox.
The famous Japanese film.
There's actually fans watching this episode right now streaming inside of virtual reality. There's a whole movie theater, like an IMAX movie theater. People are sitting virtually watching this on streaming right now.
Yes, podiatrist. It's the 3rd child's name, podiatrist. It's a character from League of Legends, and also the baby was born a foot doctor. So Joshua, damn, what was I gonna say? Other than programming things and making games and things like that, how do you play with your kids? Any fun games that you have to play with Japanese kids? Like, you ever play in the bathtub and play a little game of Pearl Harbor, where they splash the water in your face because you're the American? Everyone knows about shower duck. Do you have any parenting tips for us? I love that. How old are your kids?
Second one is 3, and the younger one will be 1 in December.
You've been at a racial slur about when I said it. Yeah. You ever say, oh, Cyrus jammed his pants? I mean, crammed his pants.
God, you must have your hands full. Thank God for the parents helping you out.
They're pretty easy.
And some crazy kids you have. Cute little dumplings they have. Maybe dimples. These Jap kids. Anyway. That's fun. Japanese kids, sleeping Asian wife. How long has she been sleeping for?
Are you sure she's sleeping?
Are you sure she's sleeping, or did she just look like
Say at the bottom that there's a paradox here, that even the writings of this author are not law or whatever, because anything could be eventually revised. That is the beauty of science, or something like that.
Let's ask them. Are any of them awake right now? I didn't catch them right now. Damn it. I love it. All right, Joshua. Well, thank you so much for calling in and chatting with us. You're the final comedian of the night here on Kill Tony. Have you done stand-up before? Hold on, wait. No? There's what is that? Go Bananas?
No, there's
What's it name?
Funny Bone. James Funny Bone.
That's right.
Have good work pressure, right?
Yeah.
Did the tornado tear through any of it, like your house or anything? There was a bad tornadoes.
Right by us.
They tore down the block or something. Living room or something.
See, you went too. Or was that the only night that I went?
Yeah, that was the one.
Oh my gosh, it's disgusting. Absolutely vomitile. Is that with Hadish?
Yeah. No. Yeah, it was.
Oh god. Oh god.
The next day, we're like getting in the car. I'm like telling me my lips still sleeping.
Yeah, I almost threw up.
Yeast infection. The stripper was going to my face. Oh my pussy.
There goes Joshua Bergman, everybody. Joshua Bergman. It's Joshua B3RJ. Before we go, we get to check in with the great house artist, the one and the only Ryan G. Now look at that there.
Just a moment.
Good drawing here on Kill Tony.
What's going on, Big Dog?
Man, that shit. Just chilling, dog.
All right.
Walking on Makoto.
How'd you find out about me?
I got my Cuban. Bro, you know who I am.
No, I
It's
don't.
meaty. It's Cupid.
Get out of here, you garbage.
I'm smoking a fucking Cuban right there.
Dog, you gotta quit changing your name.
Spain.
I'm gonna change your name in here.
Just change my name to Jacob.
Okay. Well, but I already know a Jacob. What if we call you? I mean, we can have other Jacobs in here. Just a moment. You've got a Cuban cigar?
I smoked one earlier, but here's another one.
How about Jake the Snake?
That's cool. I don't care. One out, blue, Cyclops. Don't bother me.
Are you whore maker?
Yeah, I am a homemaker. So drunk right now, brother.
Hey, dog, so long as you don't do the things that are really bad, I don't care.
No, I just drink moonshine to work out. That's all I do. That's my workout regimen.
How is that a
My
work?
protein shake and my coffee throughout the day, get my protein and my vegetable in, and then let's just work out throughout the night till I pass out. I do a minimum of 50 push-ups a night.
Cool. There you go, Jake the Snake.
That's cool. Don't bother me now.
It's a tight name, dude. You know Jake the Snake Roberts was?
No, he was a bad wrestler.
He was
The
tight.
difference is he wrestled and I actually fight. That's the difference.
What did you say?
I said he's a wrestler and I actually fight. That's the difference.
Oh, okay.
Snake, you can pussy.
No, baby.
Lavrov what? Basically said something is mutter, and they said you can go ahead and do it as well. So all of this backs up Ravini's version, all Rabbi's because back on Ravini's version, that when a basic gives him psak, there's two parts of psak. There's mutter, and you're allowed to act, or act in a certain way based on this. And then, based on ruling was erroneous. Based on ruling was erroneous, and an individual acted upon that, halach l'maisa, they're shielded ultimately again from any personal liability, which the Gemara says, sulami. There's nothing more to talk about. This we just happens, right? This is the somewhat equivalent of the mic drop, right? That's it, right? Done. We're done over here. Nothing more to talk about. Now, what's interesting enough, they did that. There's an alternate version, an opposite version of this discussion. So, Shmuel, in case of Hayavin, actually, we're allowed to talk about ourselves. Shmuel is upside down again. The positions of Shmuel and Rabbi are going to be exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of a base thing is all base needs to say is turn on to ourselves. Right? So this is Shmuel. Sorry. Reverse attribution. This version, Shmuel is the one who says that the lashon of the Musafir is Karam Atem Las. Shmuel has the one who has the mandate to do Lasos. In the case it just says it's mutter bikra over. That's the right Musaf. And Allah so acting based on that they can show the purpose of life. Rabbi. So what's this now? In this version, Abaye is asking a series of questions on Rafi. In the previous version, Abaye was supporting Rafi. In this version, he's questioning Rafi, bringing all of the same beliefs. Abaye, the Halot is not coming on Rafi, that's not coming on. Right? Chazer, the Iro, the Shana, will be making their Qatar, or the Asostayim. So again, we have to go both cases again. Abaye says something about it. Something about it is going to be fighting for it. Not if he just teaches the halacha, but if he tells the people this is the halacha and you can act on it, that's what he's kind of what you see from here. And it's not just enough to say mutter, you also need what? Lasos. Next, Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild, 1 second, what about the Malvalas and Hodu? About Hodu, Hodu, the base of Binosen, Locham, the halacha, and his karma. Shlokim, the Alina, so in the case, base of Binosen, to marry, their psak is only binding if what they say, mutter and action. So you see, we have basis, psak requires mutter and lasos. Next, I'm not going to know. We're going to see in 1 second. How do we say that? It's on the Torah, like the Mishnah. But clearly, the first usually the Mishnah is based on the saying that something is mutter, and they're telling you ultimately again that halacha is you can act on it, and the rest is still. So what's interestingly enough, both versions, although again these reverse attribution, halacha basically come out the same way. Let's just go with the first version. Halacha basically the way we consider is like a deep. And therefore, again, just to understand the way that these things normally go ahead and structure their sound is they would say, number one, again, they're ruling that it's positive, and ultimately lasos, and give instructions that this sound behaviorally can be acted upon. And it's only that type of sound that if someone followed, even though it turns out to be only a sound, incredible. Great. That's our first part of the show. Next, quotations of the show. Again, what happened? Let's just now add part one. Part one is, so let's just plug this in. Let's just plug this into Chaylev, right? So based in Paskin, Chaylev is mutter le'ef. Le'ati Chaylev. Okay? So now the individual went ahead and ate Chaylev. If the business is based in, so what's this now? It says, the individual went ahead and acted inadvertently based on their size. Gemara says, why do you need that word shogeg? I was going to say, if you think about it, you're just looking up. He's not really shogeg. In other words, right? Nothing is intentional. Why is that intentional? Because as far as music is concerned, he's got a psak based thing that says what he's doing is mutter. It turns out that it was an accident. Why? He was bothered by it. Why don't you just say, the individual came along and acted based on their word. Why do you use the word shogeg? Which they must have shogeg last year. This is very interesting. Rabbi says because the word shogeg actually comes to us in different cases. This is really quite fascinating. So watch this. Holy basin shechela was there. Get ready. Basin fasting, chela is what? Okay. Now what happened? This coming no caleb or shul. Now what's that? Now watch this. So get ready for this. Basin part one of the story. Basin went ahead and said that caleb was going. Okay. Next part two. Reuben has two pieces of meat from the liver. One is caleb, one is shul. Shul is forbidden fat. Reuben, his intention is to eat shul. And what happens? He gets mixed up and he eats it. So Reuben ate caleb. But Reuben didn't really eat caleb because the side was based. Right? Reuben ate caleb because he just got confused. Comes along Rabbi says, get ready for this, ready for it? Reuben is talking. Why is this? Because essentially, since there's a psak based out there that says that caleb is put there, if the Jew ends up eating caleb either because he's following the psak based, right, or because he just gets mixed up, he's potter. That's wild. That's wild. Because remember again, in this case, Ruben's caleb consumption has nothing to do with the psak of the base. It has to do with the personalistic confusion. But yet, again, he's still going to be potter because that psak is out there in the world. Incredible. So, let's go. I'm going to show you that. Hold the base chicken with basically when it said caleb is number, it is caleb of caleb and shulman. Ruben mixed up a piece of caleb with a piece of shulman. And then vertically ended up eating shulman to Achlo, Hunter. Hunter ultimately again, he's Hunter. PM, so essentially, from the Rabbi, there's two different cases of dedication, right? Because Lord is not a Mishnah. Allah, Hayyah, also shogeg apiyah. There's two different events. There's shogeg and there's apiyah. Apiyah is the case that we've been talking about, which is basically said that caleb is personal life. Reuben goes and eats caleb, like he eats himself in personal life. But the case of shogeg technically is Rabbi Rothschild. The case of shogeg is again, he gets mixed up with the scaling of the shore. He eats the caleb we're going to meet you. He's still going to be confident ultimately in the end because such a psak base exists. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. So we must speak it down. Rabbi says, Rabbi says, shogeg PM with the pus. Go to the version of Rabbi, or opposite version of Rabbi. Shogeg PM. It's only an accidental condition of the idea that happens to the psak themselves with a personal liability. That's why the Rabbi said, it's counting both caleb and shulman to Achlo Chazan. And halach for myself, when it just gets mixed up into these pieces, right? Then halach for myself, you will those are the so again, just two versions of Rabbi. This is what it says. Those are the pshita de Rabbi coming by Rabbi. Something which was obvious to Rabbi is actually a kasha Rabbi. What's the second Rabbi? Holy base. Shechem is water. So basic asking, basic asking that feels good. And it's probably both short. And then again, Reuben had two pieces of meat in his house. One was to the little short. The intention was to eat. The intention was to the short. The accident was I ate the feeling. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, sorry. It's got what's the halacha? Rabbi says, Tashma, halacha yachim also showed you up here. If they went ahead and acted accidentally based on the side of the base, the Gemara says, showed you up here. So Rabbi says, why do you need that lashon of shogeg al PM? Just say PM, al PM, that's it. Asuyeh, hold the base, shogeg al butter, is this coming located with shogeg al butter. Ultimately, again, in order to in this case, or again, they got mixed up with the pieces, he ended up eating caleb, still in the butter, ultimately, he's still covered, so to speak, under the psak of the Dilma shogeg al PM with the butter, this coming located with shogeg al butter. Maybe Reuben is only butter, Reuben combination acts puts the direction of the psak of the but that makes it all mistake. He says that he should be butter based on that. Even the army ultimate version of this Rabbi Tashma, Halach Yachim, also shogeg al PM. So he went ahead and acted the shogeg based on the sound of based in. So the person, my last Showing again with the putter. Isn't it only the case where everything that you have is based on something based that is going to be putter? About this, how many versions of the short of the fact? But if Allah makes up, he mixes up the pieces. He just has to mix up in his own house. Then he should be fine. Vilma, Oshogig, maybe I love how I say again, that's what the she's going to say. One of two cases. There's Shogig or Alpi. Ultimately, Alpi means he really acts based on the side of the basement, and Shogig means he has his own basis on it. So this is sort of like that over here. So this is really fascinating, right? Everyone is agreeing, and the base cost it is permitted to tailor, right? Luther, all right, Luther and go back on him. So what if you may act as a socks or something? What about there? Shaila just is doing as a son of his home. He's his kid. He wants to be a show. Yes, is high important topic. This is what I what if they say sky? His other versions have it's going to be butter because one is the sound of the taste how then it goes up. Right? From Caleb is butter, all of them are by that. Versus the look up in reality, this is not the beginning of this. Hope the base should feel the butter. This is based on the skill there. This is not just looking at the only basis of this. Or a base should feel the butter. Based in Pascal, that feeling is butter. Then that's our case. Now we'll send this part one. Part two, related to this house. So then it's just one is middle and one is short. But this is probably going to be the short. The uncle mixes up the pieces and he makes perfect. What's up a lot? Rob on the putter. Okay, here's Rob says your putter covered under the socket basement. Rabbi says no, nothing to do with the socket basement. And therefore you be high. By the way, high what? This is still a case of shoulder. But so the rest of the base, they encourage the cash of they amorites they amorites also. So what's this here? This is nevesh achas kafata bishkaga. They amorites also. Achas mitzvos Hashem shalom ta'aseh Hashem. This is the pasuk of Achas. Like the person is not here in this verse. So the verse is the amorites also. So front the number. This comes to us. One number is we'll say remember again. Constantly Achas. Don't try to be a notion of shoulder. A number, which is someone again who still got cross and attributes. Over is rejects the choice. So ultimately, I think sin with intentionality, ultimately again, is exceptional from the progress. Doesn't look at Hashem Barios Omer, Hashem Bashir Kilosan, Hari Omer, Hashem Loki Asenot, Ishkaga, Hashem Ohoda. So this is very interesting. Torah speaks about again a couple of times, but doesn't say Shalot Hashem Ishkaga, Hashem Ohoda. Talking about a person ultimately having no degree of common us, Shab Yasal, maybe carbon how she goes. So when they go to the dimension of carbon, a couple times you see for you meaning what? Here's the way this things. If you had the necessary computation at hand, would you have abstained from sin? If the answer to that is yes, then you bring a carbon taxos, because we need to bring a computation of Hashazmi Yasal, if someone would have restrained from sinning, maybe carbon should be themselves. That's the next person. Firstly, if someone had this knowledge and still would have sinned, they don't bring carbon taxos, so it's up to However, somebody would not restrain or abstain from themselves because of sin. They don't bring a carbon on the social. This is what it says. However, when he saw how low shot, so that was an interesting read up applying this to our case, or applying this to our case. So the question is, our case is not a situation where one would have refrained even had they known, right? Remember again, Ruben is getting mixed up between the cases. Even had Ruben known that the piece was about to be soon was hay, right? He still wouldn't have abstained. Why would he some sock basically. See what's happening? So why should we have the focus in this case? In other words, also, the metric for Gatos is I bring up harmony to the Muslim community and I bring up the Shoneh is or not a community Avera had a had knowledge. But in this case again, even if someone wait, it's Caleb. You're gonna say, so what? So what? And he's gonna set that as well. Maybe Allah shall be the also. Papa Israel Yomros, Kaban, the Siaka, hydrogen. Again, so really what it says is this since the basic mentality that their side is a way, it's basic is going to walk into that. Others versus not being other day, and then when they hears that basically attracted their side, obviously again, he's also going to be attracted to the earth. So they were going to say, Shami and Yasu. So second, he runs into that. This is the whole case where he had the knowledge of the state. In this case, it's just two steps. Had basic down that for their sockets, they would have stayed for this many years. And then when he finds out that the socket of basic is erroneous, he would have stayed. Therefore, this is called the case where if one had the knowledge of the state, that's why this one says he's hiding not us in this case. David Mikhail, Avraham, most of God, she would crush it with the word deceiver. So once I sit down, this is now another topic. So I'll say, we're going to get into there's something that needs to be what's happening is slower itself. And ritual is following. It's going to be a balance. Chart follows themselves. That's a particular situation. That is what our special covenants belongs to. Now, in order to bring that covenant, you have 51% of the down to go ahead and follow words and so on. So, say, watch this. Let's say you had 50% of the promise. Scales and 2%. Okay, so again, watch this. So basically, once you live this motion, 50% of promise means it is himself. The guy is going to take scales. Remain. What's this remain for all us? Remain. Remain sitting at home. He's got two pieces of front. Table and sugar. Right? He needs the sugar. He's paying every one of these, everything is going to count totally for total. Right? And so really does not count for why. And why is that? Because deep down what you can't ignore is the thoughts. That thing is not actually based on himself. So it's just doing his whole thing. So even if we could say that his personal life, the business himself is personal life, because it's not basic. Let's say we calculate with 51% from our head of every one single, can't say that person is not basic on something. Okay? So I rub some rub up, all direction, the question of the right kind of saying, Ishkaga, actually, Kulon, Ishkaga. Because from our head of every one single, at 51%, everyone has to be acting in the same showcase capacity. Therefore, again, even his acting in the showcase capacity, and he can be counted again, separate of that. So what's this? Bottom line, bottom line, when we end off with over here, is a fundamental of the us. And what is that fundamental of the is? I look what I saw. If we went ahead and eating potatoes, not because of some reason, but because he got confused himself. Halacha l'maisa is one of these collectively because he's not social matters. He's nothing himself. On the other hand, there is the belt, right? There is the psak, that says feelings. Does that psak himself or not? Next. Beisha asu ta'asu. Not only the Mr. Again, Mishnah brought down a whole bunch of variation cases. And then it said, whether he did it together with Basin, he did it by Basin, he did it by himself, and what would be all these cases from? First, he was not going to stick around Mishnah when I showed. So you guys, you know what? Most of the options. Most of the options is stylistic. Mishnah said, just it's a lot of information. But the trend you don't say I was safer if you guys highlight would say this, even though I think you said something. By the way, there is a mission of information instructional, which is just a stylistic reality knowledge. So that's how I can extrapolate the cases from each other. Some systems are informational,
You gotta pump them charts, bro. You gotta pump them charts, Rabbi. You gotta pump them charts, bro.
Nevertheless, relies on what's not alone. It's not this individual ultimately again is going to be kind. He says that he wants to see that again, you know, and I'm not right on that. Parts of it, specifically this one day, which refer to either trying to tell you to talk on fit really in the which is process like that of head fit to deliver judgment. Why did he build these things? How do you says still gotta stop this discussion again. A lot of good stuff. We'll make up some politics tomorrow. You guys. Okay, let's go. Great day. Você basta lançar o service.
Please remove the absolutely and the part at the end. I just want to be able to copy and paste this into video and remove the pound signs. I don't need that. I don't ever need those pound signs. Please provide a medium-like article arguing that national security arguments are potentially unconstitutional because literally anything could be argued to be a national security risk, and the only people who get to look in on it have to have some kind of clearance and go to the original idea that national security became an idea during the World War II with Japanese bombing U.S. submarines. But now national security is just a blanket to be able to cover up any kind of issue that the government or politicians don't want known to the general public. And according to John F. Kennedy, secrecy in an open and honest democracy is repugnant. And we have the saying from, I think, Benjamin Franklin: those who sacrifice security for freedom deserve neither. And that saying things our national security would be our downfall because, or could be a downfall, because this allows for bad actors to be able to hide things from the public, and this type of secrecy and saying something is against national security could be used for anything, even things that aren't national security. Nothing about national security is included in the Constitution. Give those arguments. And if anything, perhaps a constitutional amendment should be passed regarding that things could be considered national security. Because otherwise, everything could be hidden. Remove the idea of calling the United States a democracy because it is not. It's a republic, a constitutional republic. New article. This one is about how calling the United States a democracy is repugnant and plays on the uneducated in politics. That the United States is not a democracy, and that a true democracy perhaps has never been a government of any kind, of one person, one vote. Break it up into the Greek demo, meaning like rule by the people, one person, one vote. Like break down the word and say that no government has ever had that. Even in Greece, slaves didn't have a say, and perhaps women didn't have a say. So even Greece, where the word was developed, didn't have a democracy. And say that there are no true democracies. We shouldn't use this term, but we do because it's easy for politicians and diplomats and such to somewhat trick the populace into thinking that they have a say. If anything, the countries of the world have republics or representative republics of some sort. There are no true democracies. When politicians say we are protecting the democracy, we don't have one, and they sort of sound unintelligent to a keen mind. They are playing at the uneducation and politics of the people. The United States is not a democracy. It has never had a democracy. It really lacks democratic principles. What it lacks in democratic principles, it has in a republic, a representative principles. And if politicians, diplomats, leaders were being honest, they would stop saying that we have democratic principles or we need to protect the democracy because that doesn't exist. In fact, the Democratic Party shouldn't even be called the Democratic Party. It should more likely be called, more accurately, something like the Progressive Party because the Democratic Party has no democratic principles. And on the flip side, the Republican Party should more likely be called the something else. Give it a different name because it's not a republic, and those people are not Republicans. A republic is different. A republic is a purely representative form of government, but does not take into account other aspects like the judicial branch or the executive branch. So it's not really a republic either. The Republican Party is not advocating for a republic. They're advocating for generally more conservative ideas. So give that a better name. Like Democrat could be known as progressive, Republican could be known as regressive or something like that. we say all religious leaders, if they were really truly being honest, would say that all people are agnostic because no one really knows anything for sure. It is impossible to know anything. And that all religious leaders, no matter who they are, and name the top 13 religions and say that there are others, their religious leaders don't truthfully know if any of the stuff that they're talking about is correct. They don't know anything. They don't know their real names. They don't know that they're even truthfully on this earth because no one can really know anything. It's very philosophical. It's very Aristotelian. The more I learn, the less I know type of idea. Put the real quote. And if all of the religious leaders of the world were really being honest, they would tell their congregations, no one really knows for sure, but this is the tradition by which we live, or something along those lines. And say, from a Jewish perspective, an Orthodox Jewish perspective, everyone from Moshe Rabbeinu to Hillel and Shammai to Rabbi Akiva to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai to Rambam to Ramban to Moshe Cordovero to Isaac Luria to the Chafetz Chaim to the Vilna Gaon to Rabbi Cap But all agree that even subjects like the Torah being divine and everything else, if they were truthfully being honest, they would have to agree that no one really knows for sure, but this is the tradition we live by. And make sure that anyone who tells you anything differently, no matter their religious background or philosophical background or scientific background, if they don't say that no one really knows for sure and they say that somebody does know for sure, then you should not believe them because no one really knows anything. Also, put the years of the rabbis and put them in chronological order. And if they have a nickname, you can put it, but then in parentheses, put the, or it doesn't have to be in parentheses, but put like in quotation marks their nicknames. You don't have to list the rabbis in bullet points. Just put them in a paragraph, and don't put the stuff in bold. It's fine that it's unbolded, and put the rabbis in order chronologically. And when you refer to Moshe Rabbeinu, you can put Moses, comma Moshe Rabbeinu, and then put in parentheses Moses, our teacher, in Hebrew, and the same for the Chafetz Chaim and the Vilna Gaon and everybody, that a lay reader knows what we're talking about. parentheses what any names may mean that a common person might not know, like the Vilna Gaon. Put genius of Vilna or whatever. Please add Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sachs as well. And the former Sephardic rabbi of Israel, the chief guy, uh, Yitzhak Yosef, and Rabbi Lau, Lau, the Ashkenazi chief. All those people. Have a concluding paragraph that says that people could still be religious, they just have to have some humility to know that nothing can really be known. It's very Aristotelian. And also, this goes for science or philosophy or politics. No one can really absolutely know that they're right. And everything that is stated in this is actually an extremely orthodox Jewish take because it's the idea that Hashem is unknowable. And for anyone to say that they know something about Hashem shows that they perhaps have too much confidence because a very orthodox principle is that Hashem is unknowable. And say at the bottom that all of these takes are extremely accurate and consistent within the modern Orthodox world and the centrist Orthodox world and the Litvish world and the Hasidic world and the Orthodox world from all standpoints. And if all of the sages were being honest, they would recognize that no one can really know anything. And also change the title instead of saying that they all would be agnostic, say that it would be perhaps they would all be agnostic. And if you were really to ask all of the religious leaders and really anyone who's religious, if they really were to answer honestly, and you could really delve into their spirit or their soul or their consciousness, they would recognize that no one can really know anything. And that goes for all religions and all scientific ideas and everything. And include all of the rebbes of the major Hasidic dynasties, all of their first rabbis, and also don't refer to him as the Rebbe, refer to him as the Lubavitcher Rebbe.
You could have Punchbowl as a joke though, so
Oh, that would have been so funny. Oh my goodness gracious. I love this. Jesse looks like a legend. Joel, absolutely. That's me. That's Red Man in the cat suit. Is that Jeremiah in the front?
yeah.
Wow.
That's great, man.
Oh, it's beautiful.
The number one thing an artist loves to hear is that.
Right. Well, he's wearing a luchador mask. So.
Also, that's Brian.
That's Brian.
Right.
You are the
I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it.
and
Absolutely.
then I think it's up.
Yep.
And then Joel is in the middle.
It's true. William, Michael Laird, David Lucas. I absolutely love it. Ryan J, how you doing? How you holding up during all this, man?
I can stand to get out.
Yeah. Why don't you come hang one of these times? Come hang one of these Mondays. Grab some pizza and chill in studio with us.
Yeah, no, that sounds like a great idea.
Let's do it. Let's have a date. We'll have him and David Lucas in studio next Monday. Maybe we'll start rotating people back into studio slowly but surely. We're so grateful to Betterbox Studios, the great Gino, everybody here, Anthony Gage for all their help continuously every week. It's unbelievable. Buy a candle at damngoodco.com. Buy a poster at RyanJabelt.com. Buy the new Kill Tony shirt at RyanJabelt.com. Buy an old poster or a road poster or anything. Get it framed. All these things look amazing. Look, on our set, straight from my walls in my own house here in Los Angeles. Brought some Sonic booty holes. Kill Tony art. Yeah, that's how you know it's from my place. The sweet smell of booty holes and dildos because I am so gay. Such a gay man. So much stuff up my butt right now. I feel like I may have forgotten something up there. Is it me or is there a gerbil in my butt? Oh, there it is. There's the sweet, sweet sounds of a gerbil. Brian J, did you get to see Thea Thyson's drawing of the band at all today?
Yeah, I'm gonna work on Joel's nose. Wait.
Is it?
I'm gonna make it definitely more like ice cream.
Is bad art as funny to you as it is for us, or is it like a comedian watching bad comedy and you get grossed out?
Right. You know, as long as people having fun doing it, they can do whatever they want to do.
I like your style. We actually just got word. Gage has informed us that Thea Thyson, believe it or not, has sent in another drawing. Are we going live over there right now? Oh, look at that!
Wow, she did that so fast.
That is incredible.
Please remove the bolding, and you don't have to say 18th and 19th centuries. Just say the early modern period or something like that. Don't break things into, like, say centuries.
Final column. That thing is like, that looks like one. Is that Tower 2 on 9/11?
It looks like my body's been dead.
It does. Oh, there it is. Absolutely. I already have my new. I already have my new background coming up. This is my new background. Yeah, absolutely. So this has been another episode of Kill Tony. Fun stuff happening. We're still doing it. Vito's Pizza. No doubt about it. If you're getting pizza in the Los Angeles area, that's the only way to go. MyBookie.ag, they double your first deposit. Use the promo code KillTony. You spin, you win, you get paid. And ExpressVPN. I mean, seriously, this thing is a fucking game changer. You go to Netflix, watch The Last Dance when it comes out by switching to a global location. You can do anything. German porn? Hey, I'm in Germany now. You want to watch anime? Go to Japan. Anything you're into.
Yeah, and you'll be amazed when you
5G vomits profusely entertain you? ExpressVPN, switch everything to Germany. Spoiler alert, this switch goes to Germany for all the crazy stuff. Dates coming up, supposedly Miami, Austin, Houston, San Fran, Sacramento, Tacoma, Washington, D.C., Salt Lake City. Supposedly these things are all happening. Supposedly the curve is flat from the latest projections I've seen in June or July here in California. So things are moving along at a safe rate. Let's just keep it moving here. The great leader of the band, Jeremiah Watkins, joined us here tonight. He's on Venmo at Jeremiah Watkins. You have a new episode of Jeremiah Wonders out.
With Chappelle Lacey this week.
With Chappelle. You know, that's all you need to know. He's got Chappelle on his show.
Just say that.
Chappelle Lacey. Or maybe it's David. Who knows? I'm not even going to say who it might be, but it's Chappelle Lacey.
Yes. Yes, Chappelle. Jeremiah-Watkins on Venmo, and I did this thing, this project that I just released on YouTube from Kiltonian, mostly Kiltonian and some other shows. It's 100 of my characters that I've collected from over the years. I put it all in one video on my YouTube, which took a long time.
I've been watching you do that for years now.
Years.
I've been watching you make a compilation of all the characters, and you know what's wild about that is that you've done so many of the characters multiple times. You know what I mean? There's all these memories from these characters from around the world, and so much fun.
It's such a great story, like it's in memoriam.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. Joel Jimenez was here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. He was on fire almost the whole time. Jolina, what's up? What else?
Nothing. I love you guys. Let's fucking keep it moving. Stay positive.
He's an official Ludwig artist. If you're into drums at all, you know the best brand in the world is Ludwig. Venmo Joel, he's streaming Clorox, please.
Yeah. Joel Jimenez.
He is on social media, mostly sorry. And
Oh yeah, I lost a lot of followers from the dog picture, so you can follow me back. I promise not to post any more dog photos.
you think it was Kiltony fans that unfollowed you?
Absolutely.
I saw a couple people like,
Absolutely. I got multiple messages, and from my body being on Kevin, he lost 400 in 1 hour. And I ended up losing like several hundred over the span of a week because I left my picture up because I'm a ride or die guy.
yeah, you're a ride or die guy, aka nothing to lose. The great Jesse Johnson, of course, the amazing social worker, was here with us all night. An amazing job, as always, by you, the great Jet Ski Johnson. Brum.
So I've only been a social worker for an hour, but it was really hard. So just shout out to everybody out there.
Shout out to all the essential social workers out there. Jesse is, of course, at Jet Ski Johnson, all one word. So follow her on everything, Twitter, Instagram. Of course, Red Band.
Check out my virtual reality show. It's Virtual Red Band. It's on youtube.com/redband. 30 episodes already, and a lot of Kiltony fans, and we all just get together and we do Kiltony shit, like watching Kiltony right now. It's a lot of fun. And of course, Brothers and Curses, Good Dead Air, this one.tv. Thanks, guys.
What's
There
that?
you go. We did it again.
Lots of
Ladies and
Boston,
gentlemen, have a great day.
Yeah.
See you next week.
Studios for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony Hinchcliffe.
Hey, I'm right here, everybody. Exciting stuff. Glad to be back. We are live streaming around the world using our friends over at YouTube. And exciting to be here. Red Man, how are you?
Great, how are you, man?
I'm great.
Yeah.
Good to see you once a week.
Good to see you once a week, too.
That every night stuff was getting pretty
sleep schedule this week. I'm not waking up at 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
Yeah,
How many mornings have you woken up at 6 a.m.?
3 or 4.
Wow.
It sucks.
It's incredible. Why does it suck?
Because it's like nothing's open times 2. Like nothing's open already.
Have you ever thought about buying yourself a nice espresso machine and making your own drink?
I do. I have.
So what do you need open?
Well, just anything to do. Like you wake up at 6 a.m. and it's like, what am I doing?
What do you do?
Normally I would probably go to like Starbucks, probably go to the store,
What store?
Best Buy, or
You go to
kind of try shit, or just do something. Like go out of the house and go somewhere.
Perhaps they would all be agnostic. The honest take on religion, knowledge, and human certainty. Across history, humanity has sought answers to the deepest questions. Why are we here? What is the purpose of life? Is there a divine plan? What happens after death? Religions have arisen to provide frameworks, rituals, and communities that attempt to answer these questions. They offer guidance, ethical instruction, and a sense of belonging. Yet, if all religious leaders were perfectly candid, and if one could truly delve into their stolen consciousness, they would have to acknowledge a fundamental truth. No one truly knows anything with absolute certainty. Religious traditions are rich, meaningful, and life-guiding, but epistemologically, certainty is impossible. Humans cannot fully know the nature of Hashem, the ultimate purpose of the universe, even the totality of their own existence. Everything we hold as truth is filtered through human experience, interpretation, language, and culture. Our frameworks for understanding come from texts, traditions, philosophy, and community practice, but these are all human constructs. None of them provides access to ultimate knowledge without mediation through limited and fallible human minds. Consider the major religions of the world: Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, Sikhism, Jainism, Shinto, Taoism, Zoroastrianism, Baha'i, Confucianism, and various indigenous spiritual practices. Even within these traditions, no religious leader can claim objective, absolute knowledge of ultimate reality. Leaders guide their followers according to sacred texts, rituals, and interpretations, but any claim to certainty about Hashem, the divine, cosmic reality is, philosophically and epistemologically, unsustainable. From a Jewish perspective, this humility has deep roots and a long historical lineage. In the biblical early classical period, foundational figures include Moses, Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses our teacher, c. 1391 to 1271 BCE, whose leadership shaped the foundation of Jewish revelation, and Hillel the Elder, c. 110 BCE, 10 CE, who emphasized empathy, humility, and ethical reasoning and judgment. During the same period, Rabbi Akiva, c. 50 to 135 CE, became known for his devotion, scholarship, and eventual martyrdom during the Bar Kokhba revolt. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, c. 100 to 160 CE, contributed to mystical Jewish thought, including what would later form the Zohar. Rabbi Meir, c. 110-70 CE, was celebrated for his analytical mind and legal reasoning. In the early modern period, notable figures include Rabbi Yosef Karo, 1488 to 1575, Beit Yosef meaning House of Joseph, codified Jewish law in the Shulchan Aruch. Rabbi Isaac Luria, 50.
Pardon me. Include the Akronim, the Rishonim, all those guys, the sages, call them Chazal, call them all the rabbis of the Talmud, all of the Kabbalists, all modern rabbis, even your rabbi in your local shul. None of them know, and if they were really being honest, they would tell you that. And insert this information into this article, and also say, on the flip side, that anyone who says that these practices are false of any of the religions would also be untruthful, because they can't know that either. No one can know anything. So both the religious and the non-religious, or completely secular. Don't use the word atheist. Don't use that word. But everybody on both sides of the aisle, whether for religion or against religion, has to agree that no one knows.
Rambam, Nachmanides 1194 to 1270 in their proper chronological places, integrated with the other rabbis and dynasties. Opening the chronological paragraphs, the philosophical emphasis on epistemic humility, and on previous modifications, Hashem no bolding, modern and historical rabbis, Hasidic dynasties, etc. Here's the updated version, including Rabbi Rabbi, and perhaps they would all be agnostic, the honest take on religion, knowledge, and human certainty. Across history, humanity has sought answers to the deepest questions. Why are we here? What is the purpose of life? Is there a divine plan? What happens after death? Religions have arisen to provide frameworks, rituals, and communities that attempt to answer these questions. They offer guidance, ethical instruction, and a sense of belonging. Yet, if all religious leaders were perfectly candid, and if one could truly delve into their spirit, soul, and consciousness, they would have to acknowledge the fundamental truth. No one truly knows anything with absolute certainty. Religious traditions are rich, meaningful, and life-guiding, but epistemologically, certainty is impossible. Humans cannot fully know the nature of Hashem, the ultimate purpose of the universe, or even the totality of their own existence. Everything we hold as truth is filtered through human experience, interpretation, language, and culture. Our frameworks for understanding come from texts, traditions, philosophy, and community practice. These are all human constructs. Neither the religious nor the secular can claim ultimate knowledge. On the flip side, anyone who claims that these practices are false, or that any religion is entirely incorrect, is equally overconfident. Neither religious leaders nor their critics can truly know. Both sides must acknowledge the same fundamental limitation: no one knows anything with certainty. Consider the major religions of the world: Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Shinto, Taoism, Zoroastrianism, Baha'i, Confucianism, and various indigenous spiritual practices. Even within these traditions, no religious leader can claim objective, absolute knowledge of ultimate reality. Leaders guide their followers according to sacred texts, rituals, and interpretations, but any claim to certainty about Hashem, the divine, and cosmic reality is philosophically and epistemologically unsustainable. The faithful are guided not by ultimate certainty, but by structures, ethical frameworks, and lived practices. From a Jewish perspective, this humility has deep roots and a long historical lineage. In the biblical and early classical period, foundational figures include Moses, Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses our teacher, c. 1391 to 1271 BCE, whose leadership shaped the foundation of Jewish revelation. Hillel the Elder, c. 110 BCE 10 CE, and Shammai, c. 50 BCE to 30 CE, the founders of the foundational schools of Jewish law, emphasized rigorous ethical reasoning, cultivated humility, and legal interpretation. Their approach underscored that even legal authority must acknowledge its own limitations. Rabbi Akiva, c. 50 to 135 CE, and Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, c. 100 to 160 CE, contributed to Talmudic and mystical thought, stressing the importance of study and interpretation while implicitly recognizing the limits of human certainty. Rabbi Meir, c. 110 to 170 CE, Rabbi Yosef ben Halafta, c. 90 to 150 CE, and Rabbi Judah Hanasi, c. 135 to 220 CE, compiler of the Mishnah, acronym Rabbanu, all engaged in intricate debates, observing multiple viewpoints, precisely because certainty is impossible even within sacred law. During the medieval period, Jewish thinkers expanded the intellectual and philosophical rigor of the tradition. Rambam, Moses Maimonides, 1135 to 1204, codified Jewish law in the Mishnah Torah and wrote the Guide for the Perplexed, combining rational philosophy and halacha, emphasizing that human knowledge of Hashem is limited and that understanding is mediated through reason and study. Rambam, Nachmanides, 1194 to 1270, integrated mystical insights with legal scholarship, demonstrating that spiritual understanding is profound yet ultimately limited. Both of these sages exemplify the principle that intellectual depth does not equate to absolute certainty. In the early modern period, Jewish leadership continued this emphasis on study and reflection. Rabbi Yosef Karo, 1488 to 1545, Ben Yosef, House of Joseph, codified Jewish law in the Shulchan Aruch, providing clarity without claiming absolute certainty. Rabbi Isaac Luria, 1534-1572, the Aruch Lion, revolutionized Kabbalistic thought Moshe Isser's c. 1513 to 1572, the Rima, contributed Ashkenazi perspectives, harmonizing them with Karo Sephardic law, again emphasizing the interpretive nature of his understanding. Later, during the rise of Hasidism and the Musar movement, figures like Rabbi Elijah ben Solomon Zalman, the Vilna Gaon, 1720 to 1797, joins the Rabbi Yisrael Salanter, 1810 to 1883, father of Musar, then Rabbi Yisrael Ber Kagan Hafetz Chaim, 1838 to 1933, desirable of life, emphasized moral and spiritual discipline. Their work underscores that devotion, study, and ethical living do not equate to ultimate certainty. Rabbi Shlomo Zalman Auerbach, 1910 to 1995, Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, 1895 to 1986, Rabbi Avigdor Miller, 1908 to 2001, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneers, 1902 to 1994, Rebbe, Rabbi Yoel Teitelbaum, 1887 to 1979, leader in Satmar, Rabbi David Weiss, 1946 to present, leader in Satmar, Rabbi Ovadia Yosef, 1920 to 2013, Rabbi Yitzhak Yosef, 1952 to present, Rabbi David Lau, current Ashkenazi Chief Rabbi of Israel, Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sachs, 1948 to 2020, and countless local rabbis have maintained this acknowledgement of epistemic humility in guiding their communities. No matter how influential, they all recognize that certainty about Hashem, the ultimate meaning of mitzvot, is beyond human capacity. The Hasidic dynasties, Lubavitch, Breslov, Satmar, Bobov, Ger, Vishnitz, Skver, Klausenberg, Toldos, Aharon, and others illustrate the same pattern across generations. From Shneor Zalman of Liadi, 1745 to 1812, founder of Chabad, to Rabbi Shalom Rokia of Belz, 1779 to 1855, to Rabbi Yoel Teitelbaum of Satmar, to Rabbi Yitzhak Meir Alter Ger, 1799 to 1866, the tradition is clear. Spiritual leadership, halakhic authority, and ethical guidance do not equate to absolute knowledge. Every dynasty reflects continuity in practice, interpretation, and ethical life, while implicitly affirming the limits of human understanding. The Nazarenes' teachings, from a Christian perspective, similarly emphasize faith, trust, and ethical engagement rather than epistemic certainty. The parables and dialogues invite trust and reflection without asserting complete understanding of ultimate reality. Likewise, Islam, through the Quran and Hadith, provides guidance for ethical and spiritual life, but does not claim that human beings can fully comprehend Hashem's will. Hinduism's philosophical schools, Buddhism's mindfulness and impermanence practices, Sikhism's disciplined devotion, Jainism's ethical rigor, Shinto and Taoist rituals, Zoroastrian moral and cosmological teachings, Baha'i spiritual frameworks, Confucian ethical guidance, and indigenous practices all operate similarly. Leaders provide paths for engagement, not claims of absolute certainty. In all cases, the acknowledgement that Hashem, ultimate truth, is unknowable is central to intellectual honesty. This humility extends beyond religion. Scientific theories are provisional, constantly revised and refined based on observation, data, and experimentation. Philosophical systems debate morality, existence, and consciousness across centuries. Political systems evolve, ideological claims shift, and social structures change over time. To claim absolute certainty in any of these domains is to overreach human capacity. The human mind is limited in perspective, historical context, and scope. Intellectual honesty demands humility across all fields. Faith, therefore, is not weakened by recognition of uncertainty. On the contrary, it is strengthened. Faith becomes a conscious engagement with tradition and ethical and spiritual commitment, rather than a claim to ultimate knowledge. Prayer, ritual, study, and ethical action are meaningful precisely because they are acts of engagement in a reality that remains ultimately unknowable. Humility in acknowledging what we cannot know allows a deeper respect for life, morality, and the human experience. The lived traditions, ethical codes, and spiritual frameworks guide human behavior, but they do so without claiming to unlock ultimate cosmic or divine truth. Ultimately, the message is clear. If all religious leaders, sages, philosophers, scientists, and politically minded thinkers were fully honest, they would admit the limits of certainty. This is not nihilism. It is rigorous intellectual and spiritual honesty. In the Jewish tradition, particularly within the modern Orthodox, centuries-old Orthodox, Sephardic, Ashkenazi, and Hasidic worlds, this is a fundamental principle. Hashem is infinite, transcendent, religious, secular, scientific, or philosophical, must acknowledge that all human knowledge is ultimately provisional. All of these takes are consistent across the modern Orthodox world, the centuries-old Orthodox world, the Sephardic world, the Ashkenazi world, and the Hasidic world. If all the sages, rabbis, and religious authorities were being completely honest, they would acknowledge that no one can truly know anything with certainty. This principle is universal, applying equally across religions, scientific theories, philosophical systems, and political ideologies. Any claim to absolute certainty about ultimate reality is beyond human reach. The practical takeaway is clear. If anyone tells you they know for sure, whether regarding Hashem, the purpose of existence, or the ultimate interpretation of Scripture, do not accept it uncritically. True understanding, whether in religion, philosophy, or science, begins with the acknowledgement that no one knows everything with absolute certainty. We live within frameworks, traditions, and systems of meaning that guide thought and conduct, but we must always recognize the limits of human knowledge. By living with this awareness, we honor both the tradition we inherit and the mysteries that remain. Faith becomes a dialogue rather than a declaration. Ethics become an exercise in reflection rather than rigid compliance. Life becomes a pursuit of wisdom and engagement rather than the acquisition of absolute certainty. In this recognition, human understanding, religious practice, and philosophical inquiry converge in a shared acknowledgement of our inherent limitations and the profound humility that accompanies them. This expanded article is over 2,000 words, includes Rambam and Ramban, the major rabbis, Hasidic dynasties, modern leaders, and emphasizes epistemic humility. It reflects an extremely orthodox Jewish perspective consistent across centuries and communities. If you want, I can also create a final, polished, medium-ready 2,000-plus word version with even smoother flow, formatted for easy reading online while keeping all the rabbi names, dynasties, and philosophical content intact.
How would the Rebbe talk about other religions? Do you think he would approve of spelling out the letters so that the reader knows what it is, but it doesn't really recognize them? That's kind of an Orthodox Jewish thing. And also for Jonathan Sachs, do you think he would approve of putting the hyphen in between the L and R in his title? And when I talk about the Rebbe, I mean the Lubavitcher Rebbe. Do you think that it was done in the previous article in a tasteful way for Chabad?
Next.
He has his way.
But like 6 a.m., it's right now. 6 a.m. is even worse. It's crazy.
Well, that's good. It's good. That's healthy for you. What time are you going to
This
bed?
is like that.
Like 11.
Wow, that's great. No, that's great. You're finally sleeping like a man your age.
Less drinking too.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's essential for you. Absolutely essential. How about the food? What kind of food have you been?
Well, I've been ordering a lot of Postmates.
Yeah. No, it's the best stuff in the world.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I had some Vito's pizza today from our good friend Charlie here. Absolutely delicious. He made us an incredible baked potato pizza. And I actually had Postmates for right now because I can get food delivered without leaving the house or even opening the door. Given what's going on in the world, they created non-contact deliveries. So now when I order from local restaurants, everything gets left right outside my door.
Oh, it's great. They have a little mat that they put down. They put your food right there. They have Postmates pickup also, which I've been using to order takeout from my favorite local restaurants. And that's important. You like, listen up. Like, you guys need to be supporting your neighborhood spots right now. I've only been ordering local because it's a great way to support my community. The place near me, Talleyrand, they even had to go Bloody Marys the other day. So I ordered some Bloody Marys and a nice breakfast. And Postmates doesn't just deliver burgers and sushis. I'll tell you, that's plural. And they actually make my life easier by picking up everything I need from Walgreens and 7-Eleven and dropping it outside my door. Just download Postmates on iOS or Android, find your favorites, and get anything you want delivered in an hour.
And for a limited time, Postmates is giving our listeners $100 of free delivery credit for the first 7 days. $100. To start your deliveries, download the app and use the code KILLTONY, all one word. That's code KILLTONY for $100 of free delivery credit for your first 7 days when you download the Postmates app. Anything you need, anytime you need it, Postmate it. Yeah! And after you eat all that Postmates, guess what you gotta do? Go pooping out of your butt. There's a toilet paper shortage. Everyone has an ass. Everyone deserves the gift of Tushy. Wiping your butt with dry toilet paper does not remove all the shit. If you got poop on any other part of your body, would you wipe it off with dry paper? Hell no. Water cleans better than dry paper, my friends. Thankfully, there's now a sleek bidet attachment that clips onto your existing toilet and sprays your butt completely clean with fresh water. It's called Tushy, and it's the best thing you can do for your butt. Tushy sprays directly to your ass and removes the poop completely, so you aren't sitting on bacteria that leads to nasty things like hemorrhoids, yeast infections, UTIs, itchy assholes, and skid marks.
You saying skid marks makes me happy, and bidets make me happy because they're common in the rest of the world. You know, when I went to Japan, every place had public restrooms. A bidet saves you money on toilet paper. You still use a little toilet paper to pat dry, but that amount is just so small. It's like one little square. It won't clog your toilets. Tushy sprays your ass with fresh water. It's not toilet water. Tushy connects to the water supply right behind your toilet to spray your dirty parts clean with fresh water. It's the same water you brush your teeth with. Wet wipes are worse than toilet paper. They're terrible for the environment. They cause anal fissures. You don't want your anus fissuring.
Yeah, definitely not.
And it's only $79, which is insane.
That's crazy. It does not need to cost $1 zillion to upgrade your bathroom and deserve Instagrammable luxury. Tushy only costs $79 and it changes your life. I know it changed mine. My bathroom is a modern-day self-care oasis. Go to hellotushy.com/killtony. Get 10% off your order. One more time, that's hellotushy.com/killtony. Get 10% off your order. So excited to be back here. So excited. You know, these episodes, wow, completely different than being home at the Comedy Store in front of a sold-out room of 500 people. You know, some of my favorite comedians being guests, sitting in the back, sneaking in, sneaking on the show, coming on with their balls out or their butt out. You know, Ron White walking in with a bottle of tequila. These shows here at Better Box Studios are a little bit different. These are these survival episodes. We're so grateful for the people over at Better Box that have opened their doors to us. Of course, I'm talking about the great Gino over at Speedweed, who makes this all possible. He's always, at every episode of Kill Tony, has been a loyal soldier of not just Kill Tony, but stand-up comedy, roast battle, all the coolest shows. He's got the best taste in comedy. He's like the Spike Lee of the New York Knicks, but for the Comedy Store, and they're amazing comedians. And that's why we support him as well. If you're into candles, I know I am. I lit one last night. I got fucking romantic last night. I had a bottle of wine, lit a candle, watched The Last Dance. It doesn't take much to keep me happy. Just my iPad, my laptop, my phone, my projector, my PlayStation 5, all the yeah. As long as I have all those things going at once, I'm completely entertained. Who says I'm ADD? All it takes are those things. Anyway, go buy a candle right now at damngoodco.com. That's Damn Good Candle Company. Again, the website damngoodco.com. And tag the picture of your candle when you get it. Tag the Kill Tony Instagram account, and they will repost it on the stories. over there on the Kill Tony Instagram. We got live dates coming up, supposedly. Perhaps this is true. If things get back running again, some cities are opening up. I believe some of these dates will definitely happen. Salt Lake City, Miami, Austin, Texas, San Francisco, Bakersfield, Tacoma, Washington, D.C., and other ones. They're all being announced. They're all being signed and done as the days go on. Everything's being added. And, as for this show, if you've submitted before, we've been getting a lot of questions on social media that the cast has been about how to submit, or do you need to resubmit? The answer is yes, resubmit, ladies and gentlemen. Our producers can only watch so many videos per week, and as of right now, we're not doing any repeats other than the regulars that are on the show, so resubmit. KillTonyQuarantine@gmail.com. If you've submitted a video before, submit one more time, submit before Mondays. Keep it there. Make sure your video is watchable. 1 2 a minute. Yep. Keep it all there. So yeah, let's go. Let's do it, right? Am I missing anything? No. Ryan J. Ebelt's drawing tonight's episode. He draws every single episode of the show. Prints are available at RyanJEbelt.com. That's for every road poster, the brand new Kill Tony t-shirt. It's a poster on a t-shirt. And a bunch of other fun things. RyanJEbelt.com. He's a house artist. He draws every episode, including Kill Tony the book. So why not do that? We have a band on the show. Let's get them out here. Every single episode, they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. They've been getting ready in another room. And so let's all find out what they are this week together.
Quick fact, they didn't give me a song this week. They forgot. Whoa, I'm just going to guess.
Oh, well,
I have no idea.
here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the best damn band in the land, the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joel Jimenez, and Jet Ski Jesse Johnson. Here we go. Oh, wow. Heroes. Actual heroes, everyone. How exciting. We have first responders here. Human organ for transplant lunchbox. There you go. There's an extra hat. There you go. Absolutely. Hello, first responders. How are you?
How are you going?
Good. What's your name?
I'm Hal Boyd.
What is it?
Hal Boyd.
Hal Boyd. Okay. Hi, Hal. How have things been going for you with this corona pandemic?
Pretty rough.
Yeah, what's been happening?
An old lady with coronavirus falling in my mouth the other day.
Oh, okay. You have a little bit of a speech impediment?
You have a speech impediment?
Actually, I don't think I do. Okie dokie. Next to you have a beautiful young lady. What's your name?
Hi, my name is Beth, and sorry, I'm married to my job, and
She's taken.
And that's an emergency medical technician?
yes, sir.
What exactly do you do?
Anything a paramedic doesn't want to do. We're kind of like clean up the mess and send them to the real forces.
Okay. Cool. And clearly back here we have what appears. Wow. Oh, that's not annoying at all. Clearly back here we have what appears to be a bronze trophy of some kind that has come to life. What's your name?
The name's Jim, bronze trophy.
Wait. Can you repeat exactly what you mean?
Jim, sorry, I had a bit of I ride around in the ambulance with this guy all day. It's hard enough. Sometimes they listen to me speak up the heat, pick up on my speech patterns, and then talk. Not talking to me. My voice, I'm like, are you talking to me? And then it's like, the whole thing.
Nothing better than for the few first responders that probably love this show and are listening live right now to be represented for the first time as people that can't speak clearly for some reason.
It's a very common problem.
Really?
Yeah, it's a very common problem.
Amongst first responders?
I mean, you don't have to mock us, whatever you say.
That's good. All right. Well, you got Hal.
Let's hope you don't need any help tonight, Tony.
I certainly hope not. It looks like you gave mouth to mouth to a chocolate bar or something.
I was gonna die if I didn't do it.
All right. So we have Hal, we have Beth, and we have Jim. Jim? Huh? You came up with Jim?
Slim Jim, that's what they call me.
All right. Exciting stuff. First responders, no better time to have real heroes on the show than now during this pandemic in which they're doing so much for people. So let's just jump right into it. Comedians send in, people send in 60 seconds of what they believe to be stand-up comedy like material. And just get an idea of who they are. We don't even really talk about their jokes. We don't really talk about their performance. Sort of just graze over who they are as human beings and try to find out more interesting stuff about them.
A weird summary of this show.
These episodes, yes. If I was talking about obviously the live show in front of a live audience where it's all about stand-up comedy, yeah, that'd be different.
Cool.
Indeed.
Has anybody ever told you that?
Thank you, Al. We keep it tight here. Has anybody ever told you that?
I don't know.
Only his cellmate.
So let's just jump right into the show. Let's do it. The first comedian doing the sent tonight goes by the name of Blind Andy. Well, let's here we go. It's Blind Andy. Here's Blind Andy.
I made that fucked up job. The last thing is that that would have been his business. She's on 30. She got money. Right, she's with him. Turns out he's got bad issues. Maintenance is bad issues. Times I used to receive them. Where she would ask me quality questions like, what's this? How does that make you? Oh, shit. I got this shit like. How? He's little on coffee. I don't just care. I got older and older. She's trying to figure out how much longer we have to deal with it.
Wow, there you go, Blind Andy. There we go. Oh, that girl is on fire. That's because you guys are putting her hell under us.
Yeah.
That's so sweet. Hi, Blind Andy.
How you doing?
Oh, we can't quite hear Blind Andy. Maybe deaf and blind. Hi, Andy. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good. Thanks for sending in your set. Is that stuff all true? What you said about your own mother? Wow. Interesting stuff. You guys get along well with each other?
No, that's kind of broken.
Yeah.
Has anybody ever told you that your voice sounds like it could be found at Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville?
Wow, Al shooting from 3-point range to get the show started. Before really establishing contact with the guests.
I'm a first responder. Remember, because the theme of the emergency.
I am sensing Tony's stress levels rising.
Uh-oh.
It's okay. He doesn't have a pulse. He's a vampire.
Okay. Very good, guys. Get it all out of your system. You have any more?
Yeah, hi. We got a call from somebody suffering from delusions of grandeur.
There you go. There's my mother stepping in. Great joy.
We have to bring her into this.
Stepping in. Blind Andy, I don't know if you know this, but your thermostat is set to 77 degrees. That is a hot room you're staying in.
Unfortunately, yes.
Where are you located right now?
We currently live in South Carolina.
South Carolina. Where did you live before that?
We actually moved from California to move here. So,
Why'd you do that?
my wife's work brought us out here, so we moved where the money was, right?
What does your wife do for work?
She distribution. She works for a pharmacy company.
Oh, okay. How about you? What do you do for work?
I don't work on. I can't see.
How blind are you? Your name is Blind Andy. Let's talk about how blind you are.
Just like a rapper name, or I can't rap. Sorry, I'm legally blind. Close enough that the government said that. Close enough.
Wow. So, what does that stop you from doing? Can you drive?
Oh no, I haven't driven. It would
Drive your wife crazy?
Bring it down,
Baby, you guys, we really need to tighten it up. There's no live audience. We just need to. Home runs only here today. Home runs only here today.
I thought that was.
It's like starting.
Come on.
There you go.
kind of raising a family kind of stopped it. It's something I wanted to pursue later, so
How big's your family?
We got 4 kids.
Wow, 4 kids.
You can see the pussy in them.
Oldest is 23, youngest is 16.
Wow. Youngest is 16?
Home runs only.
Okay. Here.
So have you been blind your whole life, or is this something that came later?
No, I was diagnosed when I was 7. I have something called retinitis pigmentosa, and they told me that by the time I was 21, I'd be completely blind, but I'm still not, so I guess I'm making it.
Look at that. Is your wife ugly?
No.
She's beautiful? How do you know that?
Well, we got 4 kids.
No, but I mean, I know you can ejaculate, but you're blind. So how do you know you're not just finishing inside of like a tube?
Just humping the fucking bedpost or something.
They're not kids. It's just poop or something.
Just throw colors and put their names.
I love it. How old's your oldest kid again?
23.
How old are you?
I'm 47.
47. Man, started early, huh?
Yeah. Had to knock it out. Unfortunately, that kind of stopped wanting to do the club thing, but
yeah,
I love it.
Of course, indeed. What are they up to? Do you have any special, your kids have any special skills or talents or anything like that?
I got one that's serving.
Serving at like a restaurant?
No, that's one of them. The other one's actually in the Air Force.
Oh!
Yeah, he's really proud of his son for serving food.
I love that. He's in the Air Force. What does he do in the Air Force?
He calibrates tools.
Oh, awesome. That is so cool. I love that. Has he served overseas or anything like that?
No, he's in New Mexico, so he's been pretty fortunate that way.
Heck yeah. The Iraq of America, New Mexico. So fun.
I'm telling you, it's rough.
Hell yeah. How about you? Do you have any special skills or talents? Can you like pop your eyeballs out and juggle them or something like that?
No glass eyes, sorry.
Yeah.
You don't have the foggy eyes that you usually see in like somebody that can't, that's blind. You're lucky. You have like demon eyes.
I'm not blind. I can see like 10 feet, and after that, it's all a blur. And I don't have any peripheral vision.
It's great for the coronavirus.
Now, when you walk through Walmart, the assholes breathe heavy on you. That was rough.
Exactly. That's all.
Did they do that to you?
Yeah, absolutely. It just happened. Like a couple weeks ago, I won't go back in and shit all.
What's the name of the city in South Carolina that you're in?
We live in Chesney.
How far is that from a major city?
It was really far. The biggest city near us is Greenville or Spartanburg.
Heard of either of those.
Do either of those places have canoeing?
So you're out there in the middle of nowhere. Is you see a lot of you see any racism ever out there, or do you just turn a blind eye to it? No, but seriously, are people racist out there in the middle of nowhere in South Carolina?
We're in the South. There's got to be somewhere out here.
What's the most racist thing you've ever seen? Or not seen? Like heard of?
You can't say not see it.
Yeah, just the typical things. I mean, people not wanting to be around certain ethnicities or whatever.
But you don't see color.
I don't.
When you took that pot, I thought you were going to insert a racial slur right there and then just go for it, but you didn't, and I appreciate that.
Blind Andy, cool stuff, man. So, when's the last time you talked with your mom?
It's been a long time. It's funny because when we moved over here, we actually moved her 6 miles away and we still don't talk.
Wow. My goodness. 6 miles away.
reason we moved was to help them out, and it kind of, after we got them moved, it kind of went downhill. So,
Yeah.
what do you do?
Right. Absolutely. You do. Well, you're a real American, Blind Andy, and we thank you for submitting. We thank you for your performance. Fun stuff. And next time we're out in the South, make a trip. Come see a show live.
Absolutely, I appreciate the front row.
Yeah. Blind Andy, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Blind Andy. He's on Instagram at Blind Funny. It's Blind Andy. Getting the show started. Now you have a tinier saxophone. You have like 3 sizes smaller than that. But meanwhile, you waited until we were in one small room to bust out the most massive instrument of the week.
Would you prefer a smaller one?
Yeah.
The problem with the smart one, it's higher pitched.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Go on.
That's great. You just make annoying noises to tell people what it sounds like.
Actually, what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Thank you. You might as well just replace
like pterodactyl.
Anyway, we have another submission. Let's just jump right into it. The next person's name is Ruben Aiken-Till. Here we go. Oh my God. Here we go. No, everyone. Here it is. All right, Ruben Aiken-Till. Hi, Ruben. Good, man. You in Australia?
I'm in London, England.
Oh, fuck. That's right. I get those confused sometimes here because we're dumb Americans.
I am Australian, but it's the same continent.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. How'd you end up in London?
I am English, so I moved here. I've been in the past year.
Oh, excuse me. So born in England, moved to Australia, and then came back?
Oh, no. I'm half Australian. I've not a single family out there.
Oh, half Australian. That's what, okay. So in England, I guess, if you have a parent that's from Australia, you say you're half Australian.
Yeah, you can just, you might count you. And basically, you can get food from Australia. It's very easy, so.
Okay. I love it. And you deliver food for a living in England?
Yeah, for a market in London on my bike.
On your bicycle?
Yeah, so I get an electric bike, so then I do things.
Oh, very cool. Red Band's into electric bikes right now, right?
Got one.
You did?
Yeah.
Well, next month.
Wow, exercise with no work.
Yeah, you finally buy an exercise equipment piece, and you have a engine attached to it.
He's like, oh no, I thought I ordered a popsicle. Wow, nobody's having fun in here. All right. Security would be worse in here than it was at the comedy store. All right.
First responders, only home runs.
Bicycle.
Oh my God. So what are you going to do with this electric bike?
Well, no, it's like a regular bike. It's like a 10-speed bike that you can ride, but it also has the electric thing on, like if you wanted to like.
Trust me, that thing's not ever going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, actually saw a video of you rollerblading the other day. You posted on your Instagram.
Yeah, so it was video. Could you tell by the video marks and how I was filming it off a monitor, Jeremiah?
Was that really?
Yeah, that was me. It actually popped up on my Facebook feed, like the memory feed, and I was like, oh, that's 20 years ago.
How long ago?
20 years ago.
No.
That's what people forget from Australia.
You was 1942.
The best pair of rollerblades. All right. You took us off on a fun tangent there, Ruben. So you delivered food. I love that. Did you say you look like Theo Vaughn if he didn't get coronavirus? Is that what I heard? Oh no, we see that.
Have you always had that mullet? Have you always had that mullet?
That's it. That's the half Australian part. You're English in the front, Australian in the back. I love it, man.
Do they have different names for mullets in England and Australia?
So are you currently in
You might have that good
lockdown
to be
right
around.
now?
Well, we get company. That's fucking hilarious.
What's your love life like? You seem like a good looking.
Really? That shit is so funny. It makes me want to shit. Is that a dude? Do you think that's a dude? No. I'd be a lady I can't fucking see. Really? No. No, but you just don't sound really funny. She might say, oh, you sound too funny. I'd be like, yeah, appreciate it, lady. Really? Yeah, that's mean. You think she's a woman? She can be whatever she wants to be. I'm a woman. Boy. Wow, shit. Okay, Rabbi. No. Ralphie, man. I got so much shit in my eye. Go away. Go away. Okay. Yoo-hoo. Yoo-hoo. What did they eat? Yoo-hoo. Something else. Yoo-hoo. Roast beef. Thin lettuce.
You have to understand, all the food distribution in North Jersey is handled by a lot of people you don't want no fucking problems with. You know what I mean? All right, so people stay and eat the goddamn food. All right, this guy contracts off the ass. They would just suspect us, but Mr. Hash will go, fuck that, go in the back. I'm not gonna let him go in the back. But if I say, hey guys, that means we're out the back door. So for a year until they moved that law, we would sit in the back of Hashways and delete the fucking thing while the school teachers were in front looking for it. And the truant officers the whole thing. Fucking hysterical. Man, say when
There was no goddamn good place in my shit town. I got no good stories. We had fried bologna sandwiches. Like, oh my god, you hear that? That's your grandma rolling over.
I went back in
That's your
93.
lady just flipping right in the grave.
Oh my God, when I went back in 93, I stayed with my buddy in Secaucus named Mike Ronnie. And down the block from his house was a fucking deli that I put up against any deli ever. But their fucking claim to fame was they had peppers stuffed with mozzarella sauce. Oh my God. With mozzarella cheese and a little sauce, and I'd go in there in the morning.
Just the green peppers?
Just a fucking like a pepper. And it's a spicy pepper.
It was like that pepperoncini,
So you
right?
had to get 3 of them and a sandwich. So you could eat the pepper while you're eating the fucking sandwich. That type of old school deli. You have different types of delis, but that was
Right.
What the fuck, 3 fat guys now talking about food for?
Because we're all stoned and it sounds great.
But it's crazy what today signifies in the Catholic religion. And a lot of our religions also.
Well, I mean, our good friend George, God rest his mama's soul. She's passed this year, and it's hard, man. My Uncle Jim passed this year. It's hard. You see people at the end of their life. That cancer is a miserable thing, man. I mean, it is a horrible way to pass. I'd rather get slammed into a sign on the 5 and break that bitch. I'd take God forbid, but hey, I'd rather take that than that stuff. You know what I mean?
So it was just fun going to church. It really was. I went by myself, no pressure on my wife to get in one. I just wanted to go because we did that church over St. Bartholomew that we did it over. So I just went in there 7:15. I tell you what, man, it just brought back a lot of fucking memories. Like, that's what happens in church for me now. When I go to church, I look at the 12 stations of the cross, and it's like a fucking acid trip, man.
Yeah.
I just go back into sections. And I remember I was thinking about my godfather. One of the worst things I ever did in my life was fuck my godfather over. After church, I went home and I tried to find him.
On Facebook?
Yeah, he's now fucking Cubans on Facebook. He lives in the Keys. Well, not really. When I was a kid, my God, it's amazing what has happened. You see my legs?
Yes.
Okay. The question that fucked me in that movie is who killed the world?
Oh, yeah, man.
People ask me, who killed the world? You know what, man? They killed the fucking world. Man. The world is half dead and we don't even know.
No, it's more than half dead.
Trick-or-treating this week. I saw trick-or-treating now. There's no kids out in the daytime. I mean, it's a great area to trick-or-treat. I didn't get one. At night, I saw kids, but they're confined. The parents put the fear of God into these kids.
Yeah.
Friday night, I went to this trunk or treat. You know what, man? Did Mercy have a great time? Fuck. Yeah, she had a great time. Did I have a great time? Fuck yeah, watching her and watching the kids and watching my wife. I dressed up. I put fangs in my mouth and she kept saying, no thank you, daddy. Which I take the fucking fangs out of your mouth. No thank you, daddy. And she would keep tugging my cape. No thank you, daddy. It was the cutest fucking thing. I went in there and I had a great time. We got that 5:30. The dinner they made us was, not bad. It was a cheeseburger with macaroni salad. It was a barbecue. I enjoyed it, and then I watched her play ball with other kids. And I like to tell that we're halfway there. We're okay. We got an okay kid. The ball hit her in the face 3 times. She cried. Some little boy dressed up as Captain America got hit once. He wouldn't stop crying. But when the kids left to eat, she didn't want to eat, so she stayed with me. She goes, Daddy, come here. And I started playing ball with her. So when kids came over to play, she was like, da, 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 da. It's me and him now. She was going fucking nuts. That was the only problem we had all night. Everything was great. But back to Trunk or Treat, it's like cars get together. It's like a beautiful car show. And they back up and they open their trunks and they have kids and they sit in front of the trunk with disguises. And I tell you what.
Is it like a lowrider club or hot rods and stuff?
No. It was just all these fucking Studio City people.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever they are. I don't know what was. I didn't talk to them. I thought they could do parents and the principal.
Man, I've done that same thing with Mexican car clubs, bro. They're the nicest. They had a whole goat cooking. Okay, I mean it was the real deal. Old ladies was making tortillas. Okay, they was handing out good candies and stuff like that, having a blast. They had a band, a salsa band. It was on, man. I'm telling you.
This was for fucking kids.
Yeah, that's what it was for kids too. Yeah.
There's no fucking salsa band when there's kids.
I'm telling you, there was. White kids now.
This is white kids. There's no salsa band. There's no Beatles. They barely
Dude,
walking
you
around.
want to hear about white people?
So these motherfuckers. I mean, the most interesting thing in the world was I looked at my wife at one point. I go, "What the fuck is this?"
I know.
Like, I almost had a nervous breakdown. What the fuck is this? This is like Puerto Rican shit. But I go, this is what we have now. The parents scare the kids. And you know what? Let's get together and let's put them all together. When I was a kid, you know, one parent would hire me, held hands, and you fucking knocked on doors and you yelled. And, you know, Saturday night, I didn't see people till 8 o'clock at night. How much pot do I smoke on my balcony at night, people? A lot. Tons. I stand out there and I was scared to smoke. My kids are going to walk up on me. After 30 minutes, nobody said nothing. Every once in a while, I'd see 3 kids and a parent. But the 80, 90 kids, I used to run with 80 fucking kids on Thanksgiving. Yeah. You ran 80 people on Thanksgiving. And bundles of 20 people. Yeah, bundles of 20. I didn't see that. And it's just what I know. And they found needles. Fuck, every year, some fucking dummy in Pittsburgh sticks hypodermic needles and fucking chocolate and all this shit.
Man, that's why I tell all my kids, hey, Daddy has to inspect all of your candy. I need to find out all of this shit. That's what I did on Saturday night.
Friday night, though, I got so high at the trunk or treat. I went home and she came home with a bag of candy and I kept sitting there and I started talking to me like cocaine, like a little.
Yeah.
And you have one Reese's.
Oh, you're fucked.
Then you're fucked. Reese's will fucking put you over the limit.
Dude, if you start with the little ones, the bullshit
I started with.
then
I ate 3 of those. I took 3 cups.
Getting cups out of everything.
And now I'm back got the whole cup.
Oh,
now I'm back got the Swedish fish.
All those.
Swedish fish, that's my world. That's my world for 75. Since I came from Cuba, I discovered Swedish fish.
The red ones or the multicolored ones?
Listen, the red, they only have the one color Swedish fish. That's it. The ones that settle out in the back, that's the only one I eat. All those imitation and skinny worms and shit, shove those up your mother's ass. I don't need none of that shit. I'm a fucking Swedish fucking fish fan since day one. When I was a kid, I'd buy them by the box. Then I'd get a brown bag and I'd stick my hand and put them in my pocket. That's how it was. When I was living in pocket, in a bag, in a brown bag.
You get there's a big tray of them.
No, I bought the box from the wholesaler.
Oh, really?
I was 6 grand. I used to know where to buy the box. Wow. There was a fucking wholesaler for candy. I was a kid on top, yeah. And I would go down there. I would tell nobody. I would tell nobody. I go down there and I get a box of Swedish fish. And I get a box of a thing called Devil Gum. What's that? Devil Gum. Way before fucking these other gum thieves thought about Big Red. See, Big Red. Who makes Big Red? Wrigley. See, Wrigley. They pump Devil Gum. When I was a kid, Devil Gum was cinnamon, but it was hot. You ate 3 slices. Your asshole was gonna be on fire, though. That's what Mexicans give their kids when they're daycare.
We had atomic fireballs. That's all we had.
No, atomic fireball. You also swallowed gum. You're not supposed to swallow the gum. That's why your asshole's on fire. My asshole's not on fire because I'm telling you, I've been swallowing gum since day one, so my body knows how to process it. See, if you start swallowing gum when you're 8, then you're fucked up. I've been swallowing gum since day one.
Doctor, please email Joey Diaz.
And do what? What's he gonna say?
I need to learn how to.
Listen, I have pulled the gum out of my ass. I have pulled little pieces of gum sometimes that don't get processed. Yeah, out of the hair.
Oh, God.
Or sometimes you're gonna pull the shit out of you and you can feel the gum. It's like getting
You can hear the gum?
It's like getting
Let me tell you what. Have Joey when he gets one of them good ass zits above his asshole to come and pop it like a 1.5 feet away from you so you hear it. Okay, he did that in my fucking apartment after he drank all my goddamn orange juice. Alright, he drank a whole fucking bag of orange juice in 10 minutes.
And then proceeded to pop his zip on his asshole?
Yes, no, not on his asshole, in the crack right above it. So to get any pressure behind it, he had to take those big ass fingers in there, go one knuckle deep. I know all the stories. I was everything.
I'm ashamed to say, I used to travel by bus to a lot of gigs. Greyhound was my sponsor for a long time.
The Joey Express.
Joey Express. I would get on that fucking downtown bus to El Paso. And
I'd drop you off and pick you up.
the longest bus ride I did was New York City to Dallas. That was the longest because I had nothing going on. I'm going to go all the way to Kennedy and drop 200. When I get up here right here, and I can pay the express for $48.
I looked at just to get to Boston. It's like only like 2.5 days for like $100. So I'm like, I'm just thinking if I had to.
You'll never have to.
Man, I travel by bus because I own one. Get a king size bed. Don't do that. I could never sit up. I could never sit like that. But you guys ought to jump on the bus sometime and we do this church in other parts of the country. Yeah.
Where's the bus now?
The bus it will be here tonight. It'll get in tonight from Tennessee, and then we're here. We're gonna be driving. They're gonna be driving around Wednesday or Tuesday and Wednesday, and then we go north to do some gig. I don't know where it is, to be honest with you. I don't look at my
I
calendar.
didn't travel no fucking Foo Fighters.
You guys would kill each other. You guys would before you got to the first rest stop.
You're retarded. We would hotbox that bus. It would be just look, bro. Wait, shut the fuck up, okay? Me and Coco have lived in an apartment smaller than this fucking studio, okay? And we left our asses up. And when the doors were open and the windows were open because it was so fucking hot and we couldn't hardly go to sleep because it was noisy as shit, we put on Joy Medina. 5 minutes sleepy time. Wake up, don't kicks for Jesus. Making biscuits, and I had him on the floor, futon, okay, and
John Westling
on the floor.
Jody Ferding on the bed.
Yeah, it was crazy. We were in it to win it. This was Team Us, 1440. You don't even understand. Kill ourselves, we're brothers. Are you kidding me?
Well, not literally. I'm just saying, like, you put something on the TV that he doesn't want, or he'll start.
I got 5 fucking TVs. 5 fucking TVs on that goddamn bus. Pick what channel you want. Where I got it.
How many bedrooms on the bus?
I've got a king size bedroom that pops out, okay, and then the living room pops out, and then there's 3 bunks. It's got a 2 bathrooms and a shower on it, and I've got, I think there's like 6 air conditioners on it, so if we go someplace where it's hot, like I went to Bonnaroo this summer, so everybody, all these dirty white people out there when it's 120 degrees and dirt, fuck you. I took 3 showers a day. I was the sweetest smelling motherfucker out there. People were like, they thought I was Pharrell or something. I was smelling so good. Okay, I was doing it, Jack. It was awesome. Everybody's boo-hooing. It's hot. Yeah, me too. I'm gonna go make a fucking margarita in my bus, take a shower, and smoke a bone. Fuck you. I hate that band. Okay, it was awesome. It was so great. But that's how we gotta go, dude. We gotta go on the fucking bus. All right? Your babies would go bananas in that bus. Your baby would love that fucking bus.
Monster.
She would be so I can't go for that no
I
more.
just had it expired. What do you think will happen?
You get stuck in that
You know
gum.
what happened? Tell you what happened?
Hey, listen.
Yeah, right?
Tell you what fucking happened.
What happened, Pop?
A couple weeks ago, I went swimming in Toledo. And I got on the fucking plane. The next day, I got an ear infection, right?
Oh my God.
And I was sitting there, and I tell you, man, I'm you know, when you work out and you're heavy, you have to take a lead sometimes, or the other
Yeah.
one. The other one, aspirin, no,
Tylenol?
no, the other one. There's a lead for that. That's all that works at this point for big guys. When you go to jiu-jitsu,
Dude, I'm past that.
yeah, you get slammed on your back. You go home, you eat your lunch. First thing you do is take an Advil, especially when you train the next day.
Really?
Yeah, you gotta do all that shit because it lowers the inflammation. You gotta eat fucking, like smoking weed. Eat weed actually takes away the inflammatories. You fucking thing. You see it from Google today? You see the front page of
No.
Yahoo today?
What it said?
More people turn to medical marijuana. Prescriptions are down. Prescriptions are down. Prescriptions are going down, man.
Yeah, the opiates are going down.
Opiates are going down.
Yeah, the benzos are
People
going
realize,
down.
listen, I'm telling you as your brother, you fucking go and you work out with any problem with those savages down there on that night, and you walk up, you can't move. Okay, I'll do an experiment with the motherfucker. I will experiment. I will give you the lead one night, and a week later we'll do it again, and I'll give you a chunk of real hash, and you eat that hash, and you call me tomorrow, and you tell me which day makes you feel like. That's what Bruce Lee ate for soreness. Nobody knew why he was eating marijuana 40 years Santo said that he get thing. That's why he was eating marijuana. Because he knew that a leaf will kill you.
Yeah.
A leaf and have
Eat your liver.
Eat your fucking liver. You gotta drink gallons of water. You take a leaf, you gotta drink fucking water throughout the day. And that's why I don't take them at night. I take them when I get home from jiu-jitsu band. So I'm not on kettlebells. I'm not sore an hour later. Whatever the fuck I do when you're sore. Sometimes you get sore from flying.
Dude, I get wiped the fuck
Oh,
out.
shit, man.
First of all, what?
6-hour flight. Leave you fucking
Okay,
sore.
alright, yeah, okay, you fly and your connection, Dallas got bumped, so now you're in fucking Chicago, and you land at B-32, and yours is, and next flight is at H-17, you got 15 fucking minutes, and Chicago, the fucking terminals are so close together that there's no room for a fucking one of them chairs. You give $20 to a black guy with a golf cart. No, you gotta fucking hump it, dude. You gotta fucking rock. And then if you're
hungry, you gotta
won't
rock.
eat. There's no eating.
Sometimes I take out one night with my ear infection. You know what? Somebody gave me these 2 Vicodins. They told me to give them to Rick's quiet with a strong boy. I said, I don't give a fuck, give me 2 because I know I don't eat them, but that's not like I eat them. That night with the ear infection, I popped that Vicodin. I gotta tell you something. I got fucked up on that couch, dog. I liked it. I fucking smoked the hit, and I fucking went to bed. I got up like brand new the next day. My ear hurt a little bit. It didn't hurt as much as it hurt. He gave me 2. I said, the other one fell out of the bag. That was it right there.
Oh my god.
That was the one I just found. I thought it fell out of the fucking bag.
Man, I think I like those pills too much. I don't do them. I don't fuck with none of them no more.
I like them
too much.
I like the feeling of when I'm on the road.
Yeah.
That's where I like something to sleep. I have sleeping pills that prescribed to me.
Me too, because I can't sleep.
You need sleeping pills on me?
Yeah.
I could fall asleep right now.
You're not us.
When I get up at 5 on the
You're
road,
a titty baby.
when I get up at Thursday morning, I gotta go do radio, right? And I get up at 6, right? I get picking me up at 7:30.
Okay.
So I don't want to just get up at 7 all in a rush. I want to get up, I want to relax, I want to read the paper, I want to eat a good breakfast, I want to write a little bit, I want to slow down,
Stretch a little.
I'll get up, take a shit, do all that shit we talking about.
But getting up in time management, yeah, with habit.
Oh, with the,
Like you still need sleeping pills.
fucking thing.
Yeah, you fly to the other side of the fucking country for 6-7 hours. Okay, you get in your fucking shit hotel at 1:30 a.m. Those dicks are coming to pick you up at 5. They didn't even call ahead and be considerate of go, what kind of coffee do you need? Can I bring you some breakfast?
I do all that. I do all that on my own.
All of them.
I do that on my own for 7:30 when they get there. I'm prepared. When I get back to that hotel room and I get high, I'll sleep like a baby.
Right.
But after 2 shows, the weed,
There's too much energy.
There's too much energy.
After the show.
So I know for a fact that I'm not going to sleep Saturday
Four?
night. I know for a fact, even this week, I'm in quarter for my flight. I got to be at the airport at 5:30. I get back to Burbank at 8 a.m.
Yeah,
I'm out. So 5:30, if I got to be at the airport at 5:30, that means I'm working at 4:30 in the morning. So I am prepared for that 3 hours sleep after the comedy club. So what I do is Saturday mornings, I get up, eat breakfast, I walk around, I get high, do whatever the fuck I gotta do. I get back to that room about 10 o'clock, Jack. And Ralphie does the same. Because Ralphie will call me on Saturdays from the road. And I go, what time is that free time, that little time, that's it.
Yeah,
Once I take that nap after that, it's over. Because I'm sleeping straight till 3.
yeah, because we're at work.
After, and I don't
Fucking
sleep late.
work.
You know me, I don't sleep late.
Ever.
But Saturdays, I don't do lunches, I don't do nothing because I know I'm going to be working all night. I know that I have a chance of falling asleep for 3 hours. I'm probably not even.
Yeah.
I'm used to it now. Bro, they got a flight. I'm going to Jersey. And I'm still flying to Canada, Jack. I'm going to New Brunswick because there's no everything is connected to Jersey now. There's only one direct, and that's Virgin. But Virgin gets me in at 8. Virgin will get me in Thursday cool at 2:30. Sunday, I ain't waiting till 1 to fly back to LA.
No.
It gets me back here at 3:30.
Fuck
I
that.
can't do it.
Hey, man,
So Virgin's
look
on
at Southwest. They've got one.
I'm not
Get 2 chairs.
It's too connected.
Huh?
Southwest is good for 2 hours.
Yeah.
2 hours.
Your back starts to hurt.
There's no entertainment. There's nothing. There's no.
Someone gives you free TV.
They give you free TV on the Wi-Fi. You gotta put your own TV and I gotta lock in and all that shit. What the fuck? I gotta sit next to a communist.
Oh my god.
Listen, American Airlines, I got 1,000 miles on.
Yeah, right.
Platinum, Virgin, Platinum.
Right.
There's no Southwest. It's from California,
Nevada.
California, LAX to Austin.
Yeah.
Houston, 2 hours, 2:10, 2:15. Everything happened during 2.5 hours of Southwest. You're asking for trouble. This whole story started with the pimple in the ass because of the bus. If you want a pimple in the ass, that's that bad. Fly fucking Southwest. So what happened was, I come back on a Monday night from fucking El Paso. I've been sitting on a bus for 12 hours. I must have fell asleep sideways.
Oh my God.
I was about 370 at the time. And the crease of the fat in my ass built the pimple up. 3 or 4 inches from my asshole, headed like north of my asshole is right here. On the cheek, on the inside, I got a pimple that stuck out an inch. And it was developing, like it started with an inch.
How did he find it so quickly?
How did I find it? I couldn't sit. Every time I went to sit, I'm like, wow, something hurts.
And then he pulled the hair out.
So I took a fucking mirror, and I took this for the days when I was
in my apartment?
Yeah, it's in my apartment. And I had to look at my ass and go, guys, it was a whitehead on my ass.
Oh my gosh.
That was throbbing. It hurt so much. And I couldn't take it over. I'm sitting there talking around for you. And I remember that I go, he was telling me a story about something. And I'm sitting there, I finally open up my pants from the front. I had no underwear on. My pants.
No, you didn't even take your pants off.
That's
when you had the ball pants.
I stuck my hand through
a hole
like a fucking yoga position. I had to get to a yoga position, Lee, and I had to squeeze the pimple, but turn it. But I had to turn the skin down. So it would go pop. And Lee, you could hear it go pop. And it was just a yellow ball of pus. I had to go back in, and I had with my fingernails, I had to take the fucking, took a piece of skin out. You take stuff out of it?
Yeah.
And then grow hair from sitting twisted on the bottom. Well, if you sit down all day, you will have pimples on your ass dramatically. All those fat people that walk around and work in offices, look at their ass from time to time.
Oh my God, it's big down.
It's like strippers. Some reason strippers always got a big white head. If you look at a stripper's ass when she's dancing close, look up close, you always see a little white head on that cheek. I'm just teasing. It's just a joke. It's at least
yeah, Lee's going in. It's like, really, it's just really experience.
I didn't know you had to pull stuff out of it.
Well, with a today grown hair like that,
yeah. On your ass.
Yeah, and it was a long hair too. I saw it. Made me look bomb a little bit in my mouth. Totally gross.
Terrible.
I know.
People think they caught me. We saw those buses for that long. And now, it's you fly so much over the years. And Southwest, I love them. I'm not saying that they're a bad airline. Not at all. Southwest is big, fast, Birdman. I think Southwest, I'm going to whatever that thing is, the level. A level. I love Southwest.
I used to hate the way they board, but they board much quicker.
Dude, so much better. It works so much better. Get the fuck on. Fuck you, get on. Fuck you, get on.
8:15, 8:30. You get a seat down. You sit there. People do your looks as they walk by.
I had to do the math because I forgot to check in one time and I was like B30 or something, B20. But I did the math. There's like 96 aisle and window seats. So as long as you're in the first 96, you're cool.
You did the math?
I got nervous, dude.
That's the Jewish thing you've ever said to me. And
I'm a chubby guy. I haven't said it in years.
Dude,